Ladies and gentlemen, we will be getting started in just under 2 minutes. So if you'd like to find a seat, grab a coffee, tea over there, find a seat. We will try and start on time. Thank you. That was very obedient of you all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's so wonderful to see so many of you here. I'm Georgina Downer. I'm the CEO of the Robert Menzies Institute, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to our third conference, the Menzies Ascendancy, Implementing a Liberal Agenda and Consolidating Gains, 1954 to 1961. And I hope you all got this program as you registered on arrival. That will have all the details of the next 2 days in it, as well as biographies. Look, we have many, many special guests with us today, but I, of course, particularly wanted to mention our keynote speaker, Paul Kelly, who is joining us, who I'll introduce later. Members of the Menzies family. We have John Menzies here, but I think Diana Menzies is also... Oh, there you are. Diana Menzies as well. It's lovely to have the family's interests in our work. Robert Menzies Institute board members David Kemp and Jeff Hone. And we have former Cabinet Minister Nick Minchin, former member for Corangamite I saw come in, Stuart MacArthur, and Japarat Club members and supporter members of the Institute. We really do value all that you give to us. It makes events like today and the rest of our work really possible. It's just wonderful to be in this room, the Old Law Library, here in the Old Quadrangle at Melbourne University, and I hope you all found it okay. I know coming to a university that you're unfamiliar with can be quite the mission, so well done for making it. This building is particularly special for us at the Robert Menzies Institute because this is the building that Robert Menzies would have studied when he was a law student in 1913. It's also the building he would have attended council meetings in when he was Chancellor from 1967 to 72. So his spirit is here somewhere, and of course we bring alive his spirit through our work, which we have been doing since 2021, so just shy of 3 years, as Australia's 6th Prime Ministerial Library and Museum. Through our work, such as conferences, in schools, through our beautiful museum, which hopefully you'll have a chance to see if you haven't already, downstairs at the end of today's proceedings, and our public events and lectures, we really promote an understanding of Australian history, and in particular Robert Menzies' contribution and vision for Australia as a country of freedom, of opportunity, enterprise and individual dignity. And we do this through exploring Sir Robert Menzies' legacy, which we will be doing so today, those ideas that inspired him and that inspire millions of people today, and how they apply to current and future challenges for Australia and the world. So today's conference marks the third step in our journey to really promote and encourage more interest and engagement with Robert Menzies' legacy. Today's proceedings will form the third publication of a book published by Melbourne University Publishing, which we published at next year's conference. But of course today we will be launching at the end of the proceedings by Dan Tehan our second book, which is the product of last year's conference, The Menzies Watershed. Today we're going to be considering the period 1954 to 61, which encompasses Menzies' 4th, 5th and 6th terms in government. This was absolutely a period when his political ascendancy was at its apogee. He really confirmed through this period the strength of his leadership. We have 17 fantastic speakers from academia, from public policy, from politics, across a really wide range of backgrounds and interests. And they will examine all these really rich policy developments that happened in this pivotal era, such as the Labor split, which will, of course, be of great interest to the political junkies in the room, and the demise of Labor's leader, Doc Evatt, the burgeoning of international trade and engagement with Asia, the creation of the Reserve Bank, which of course is back in the news recently with efforts to reform and change its mandate, the education revolution of the Menzies era, the building of Canberra, for better or worse, the Suez crisis, the West New Guinea dispute, immigration reform, and of course innovations in Indigenous policy, which was so critical during that period. Before we hear from our keynote speaker, just a little bit of housekeeping. Today's proceedings are being very ably, professionally recorded by ADH TV there, and they are, I think, being streamed live on our YouTube channel as well. So this is definitely not Chatham House rules. This is a public conference with public contributions from all of you. The bathrooms are downstairs. If access is an issue, there is of course a lift. There's morning tea at 11 a.m, lunch break at 12:45 p.m. Just before the lunch break, we will be hearing from the winner of our high school speech competition, who's a wonderful Year 10 student from Melbourne. But then the lunch break will be an hour and a quarter to give you a bit of time off. Our bookstall is back at the back of the room there. Lots of wonderful books on sale. Christmas is only, I think, 4 or 5 weeks away, so some wonderful opportunities to fill your stockings, family and friends' stockings. So please do go and have a look. And of course, the new book, The Menzies Watershed, is for sale there. Today we have a lot of wonderful papers to get through, so the schedule is going to be strictly adhered to, and I'm saying this with the speakers in mind. You can find the schedule in the absolute centre of your program on pages 8 and 9. Zach Gorman, our historian, is going to be moderating, and he is going to be very strict with the 20-minute speaking slot, after which we'll have 10 minutes of Q&A. This conference is designed to give people the opportunity to scrutinise the papers, so please don't hold back. We really do want you to ask as many probing questions as you can, so our speakers can refine their papers that will be turned into chapters for next year's book. So please don't hold back. But last but not least, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker today, who needs, of course, very little introduction, the great Paul Kelly. He is editor-at-large at The Australian. He is one of Australia's, if not Australia's, leading political journalists. He has covered governments from, I think it's Gough Whitlam through to now Anthony Albanese. He has written 9 books, including that great book, The End of Certainty, and a more recent contribution, The March of the Patriots. They're all absolutely riveting, particularly if you're interested in Australian political history, which I think is compulsory. If you want to be a good citizen of Australia, you need to understand it, and Paul is a beautiful writer and a beautiful speaker about these issues that define who we are today. So thank you very much, Paul.
Thanks very much, Georgina. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, former ministers, members of the Menzies family, it's a privilege for me to deliver this opening address to the 3rd annual conference of the Robert Menzies Institute. I thank Georgina for her welcome and for her leadership of the Institute. Unfortunately, I never met Robert Menzies, but starting work in the Prime Minister's Department in East Block in 1969, just 3 years after his retirement, I was regaled with Menzies stories about Scotch or cricket or his insistence on proper process. But I think my real link with Menzies was through his voice, that compelling voice coming through the radio, made for Parliament and for public speaking. Menzies belonged to a different age, but he had that eternal, indispensable quality for the successful politician. He knew how to persuade. He was the supreme orator. His voice attracted like a magnet. My friend, the late John Nethercote, told me of a discussion he had with Sir Robert's biographer, Alan Martin. Martin had said to John, "You were the first person who told me I was doing important work rather than wasting my time on Menzies." The comment testifies to the intellectual torpor that long surrounded attitudes towards Menzies, notably from the Academy. Australia was transformed as a country between 1949 and 1966, the period of Menzies' second Prime Ministership. As John Howard said, Menzies' greatest legacy as a statesman was to lay the foundations of modern Australia. One reason critics have tried to ignore Menzies' story is because they dislike the modern Australia that he shaped. Menzies was the slayer of Labor dreams, and that has not been readily forgiven. Now, in my comments today, I want to make some broad observations about Menzies and then make some direct remarks about the period being reviewed, 54 to 61. In my view, debate about Menzies has been bedeviled by several factors. First, the sheer longevity of his governance defies easy branding or interpretation. When Menzies was Prime Minister, the United States had 4 presidents: Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy and Johnson. The United Kingdom had 6 Prime Ministers: Attlee, Churchill, Eden, Macmillan, Douglas, Home and Wilson. The length of the Menzies political era encompasses a series of shorter yet decisive political eras. Accordingly, there are many manifestations of Menzies: the champion of free enterprise against nationalisation, the anti-communist at home, the full employment high growth specialist, the manufacturing industry protectionist, the Cold War pro-American warrior, the Queen's man, the Messiah for the forgotten people, the Education Prime Minister, the architect of the Vietnam commitment, and upholder of white Australia. The task of grappling with the full Menzies portrait has always been daunting, and historians and academics have struggled before it. I've always seen the Menzies Prime Ministership in 4 phases. The survival period, 49 to 54, with the 54 election being the decisive moment when his entire project was most threatened. The Menzies Consolidation, 54 to 61, that saw his unrivalled command of the nation across 3 election victories. The recovery phase, 61 to 63, when Menzies in his 6th term, with Labor's help, staged a resurgence after the 1961 perilously close election, achieving a strong victory at the 1963 election, and the final phase, the mid-1960s phase, the passing of the Menzian age, when the discontinuity between a changing nation and Menzies' stubborn and rigid attitudes as Prime Minister became apparent. The irony of the Menzies Prime Ministership is the insistence by many of his critics that while Australia changed, this apparently had little to do with Menzies. In his 1964 book, The Lucky Country, Donald Horne said Menzies did little that really mattered, and that his greatest talent was to preside over events and look as if he knew what they were all about. In short, Menzies apparently dominated the age, but somehow, some way, wasn't responsible for what happened to Australia. In this sense, such confused critiques could be seen as a tribute to Menzies. His skill was a reassurance. Menzies under-promised and over-delivered. He presided over extraordinary changes in Australia's economy, society and population, yet created the impression that either nothing much dramatic was happening or that progress was in safe hands. A bit of both, I think. Menzies was an incrementalist, a proponent of managed change, a champion of continuity. Where Gough Whitlam exaggerated change to promote himself, Menzies downplayed change to keep the public assured. The upshot is that many critics fell into the ludicrous claim that nothing of importance really happened in Australia between 49 and 66. Other critics suggest Menzies' success is more about Labor weakness and the ALP split than Menzies' own skill. Yet a leader can only defeat the rivals he faces, and Menzies had the ascendancy over both H.V. Evatt and Arthur Calwell. It was the Labor veteran Clyde Cameron who famously said, "He looked like a PM, he behaved like a PM, and he had the presence of a PM." How many PMs since Menzies could justify that description? Some, but not too many. The ALP split became pivotal to the extent of Menzies' dominance, but I believe Menzies would have won in 55 and 58 even without the split. He still had Dr. Evatt, and I think Evatt never recovered from the Petroff Royal Commission and his 1954 defeat. The 1961 election was different. The DLP saved Menzies at this election. That is, without the split, Menzies would have lost in 61 and his Prime Ministership would have been 11 years or 5 terms. Menzies overall was assisted by luck, notably the emergence of the DLP, but he also made his own luck. Witness his path-breaking support for state aid before the 63 election. The bottom line assessment remains. You can only be judged against your opponents at the time. In the aftermath of his retirement, Menzies suffered because of the cult of the 1960s. Its mission was to denigrate the 1950s as a time of boredom and reaction. The 1960s cult was driven by cultural and social change enshrined as progress. The swinging 60s of the Beatles, abandonment of personal inhibition, campaigns for political rights, and massive government interventions typecast the 50s as holding back the tide of progress. In her 1963 book, The Feminine Mystique, Betty Friedan claimed the suburbs were burying women alive. In America, the Kennedy glamour mocked the Eisenhower passivity. In Australia, the Coalition, anxious to consign the Menzies age to history almost as soon as Menzies left. We saw Harold Holt casting himself as a more modern Liberal, and then John Gorton trying to market himself as a change agent. Recent decades, however, have seen a more realistic interpretation of the 1950s. Indeed, surveys in recent years in America have shown that Eisenhower now ranks number 5 in the list of best presidents, suggesting high-quality political management somewhere in the 1950s. The Menzies reassessment is assisted by another factor: the disappointing performance of our political elites and prime ministers since John Howard left politics. In a sense, the more time advances, the more people are inclined to ask, how did Menzies do it? Who was he? What made his success? The keys, I believe, to Menzies' success were his sustained intellectual philosophy of liberalism, his policy and political judgment, his leadership of the party, preserving internal unity, and his persuasion with the public. His values were remarkably consistent: individual freedom, personal responsibility, private enterprise, patriotism, self-reliance, prudence, and self-restraint. Writing of Menzies, Sir John Bunting said, he was, without any doubt, the boss. Menzies slept well. He could dismiss the day and get untroubled sleep. He was able to manage pressure. He knew at a deep level how the system worked: the executive, the parliament, the public service. He reflected and learnt from the mistakes of his initial leadership. Bunting said, Menzies always seemed to know what the core of a matter was. He knew that the most urgent problems were not always the most important. Most of all, he would know which was the critical point. I can still hear him say to me, to others, to his cabinet, now there it is. That is the determining factor. Governing was easier in the Menzies era, much easier. The incessant demands of the 24-hour media cycle and scores of lobby groups did not exist. Governing was slower. It was an age of conformity, an age of mass loyalty, the time of big corporations, big unions, big churches, big mass media. And a PM dealt with concentrated, organised institutional power. Class divisions were set, but not the cultural divides that fracture society today. Menzies governed before the fax machine, colour television, talkback radio, morning television, the mobile phone and social media. He understood how the industrial age worked and was spared the anarchic nature of the digital age. Looking at the 3 terms from 54 to 61, it was a time of extraordinary Menzian ascendancy. I see this period as shaped by 3 pervasive themes: the construction of Australia's middle-class prosperity, the promotion in the widest sense of Australia's national development, and the entrenchment at home and abroad of an anti-communist foreign and security policy and promotion of defence via great and powerful friends. These themes under Menzies became the Liberal Party's ideological DNA. They became the meaning of the party, and they remain to this day. John Howard likes telling the story of how Alan Greenspan told him at their first meeting, Australia has the biggest middle class in the world. Greenspan didn't know that this was the ultimate tribute to Menzies. Menzies' initial victory in 1949 was for free enterprise against nationalisation. And it's tempting, given the Attlee legacy in Britain, to see the 49 election as the most enduring in our history. It's when people voted for free enterprise over socialism. But the point is, Menzies had to deliver on the economy, and he did in the 1950s. He benefited from the long post-war boom, and Australia's results were remarkable. Over 15 years from 1950, annual GDP growth was above 4%, average per capita income growth was 2%, figures to make the current generation weep. Inflation was low, unemployment averaged below 2%. There was prosperity, and it was widely spread. Home ownership during the Menzies age rose from just above 50% to just under 70%. It was the Keynesian age, or in Australia, the age of fine-tuning of the economy. Economic growth was driven by domestic demand, high immigration and capital inflow. Manufacturing expanded behind high tariffs. A highly centralised industrial relations system with union membership of the workforce at above 60% did the job. Real wage gains, no wage breakouts. The economic technocrats of the Menzies age delivered. Their record growth was impressive, but their model was mired in deepening inefficiencies that would erupt in the 1970s and 80s. As Ergas and Pincus argue, most Australian economists at the time were supportive of the economic model. The notion of the reform age, as we talk about today, didn't exist. Why would it? The structural economic crisis was in the future, not now. The notion of a reform agenda, as we understand it from the 1980s, was not yet in existence. The real agenda was growth and national development. The Menzies economy was creating a free enterprise middle class, the like of which Australia had never seen. But the flaws in the model would be exposed by changes in the global economy after Menzies' departure. The great victim, ironically, was Gough Whitlam in his epic 1972 Big Government Promises, which assumed a continuation of the Menzies growth model. The second theme I identify is national development. When I arrived in Canberra, this idea was everywhere. From the minerals boom to Japan trade to expanding higher education to Australia's extraordinary high immigration program. Menzies championed much of the Chifley government initiatives, the Snowy Mountain Scheme, expanding manufacturing industry, and increasing Australia's population. In 20 years, Australia accepted more than 2 million migrants. Immigrants accounted for 70% of the increase in the workforce in the 1950s. After Corwell said introducing the program in the 1940s, there was a risk of World War III. The security factor was fundamental in underpinning the program. Menzies, British to his boot heels, pursued the search for migrants far beyond Britain, creating the conditions for a transformed Australia, eventually a multicultural Australia of a dimension I doubt he would have approved. In 1957, Menzies accepted the Murray Report on the expansion of university education in Australia. The Commonwealth would begin to move to establish responsibility and funding for its university sector. Menzies got there, initially reluctant, not as a visionary reformer, but as a practical man. He didn't believe there were votes in it, but felt it was the right step for a growing nation. His view of universities was idealistic, probably naive, influenced by Oxbridge, but an expression of his liberalism and his conviction that education was the path to individual fulfilment and strengthening Australia's democracy and capability. The surge into universities over the next 15 years was extraordinary in transforming Australia's professional class, though I suspect Menzies would have reservations if he looked at the university model we see today. And finally, the third theme I identify in the period of consolidation is national security. Menzies governed during the Cold War, the nuclear age, the contest between communism and democracy, the legacy of the 1949 Chinese Revolution, the fear of communism in Asia, and the Korean War. He was a foreign policy realist. His outlook was shaped by World War II, and his method was to seek closer ties with the US and UK in an agenda of forward defence in the region. The ANZUS Treaty was negotiated. Australia committed to the Korean War. Menzies for some time had great hopes for SEATO. The government, keen to add meaning to the US alliance, opened the way for joint facilities, with the North West Cape base becoming an election issue in the 1960s. After Korea, there were three military commitments: the Malayan emergency, the Indonesian confrontation, and the Vietnam War. A decisive breakthrough was the 1957 Commerce Agreement with Japan. It was John McEwen's work, just as ANZUS was Spender's work, but the agreement had vast consequences for the future of economic and political relations between Australia and Japan. My final point. I think Menzies' commitments and policies during this consolidation phase created a framework and a concept of policy and ideological belief for the Liberal Party that has sustained it through all the decades since, even though circumstances have changed. In conclusion, I would reflect that Menzies' initial conception of the Liberal Party was to provide a voice to the middle class that had no voice, no organised power, no institutions to promote its interests. This was the meaning of the Liberal Party. It wasn't to be a party of business or trade unions or institutional power. When we observe the cultural transformation in Australia today, best represented in many ways by the recent Voice referendum, when virtually every institution in the power structure opposed the formal Liberal Party position, the Menzian model looks strikingly relevant to the current situation. The gulf between elites and the people, between insiders and outsiders today, is stark and deeply meaningful. In this sense, it suggests a new and contemporary relevance for the Menzies vision. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. I think that was a really perfect way to frame the next 2 days. And it was also quite punctual, which is a great precedent that we can set as we go forward with such a busy schedule. I'm not going to waste too much of your time. We're going to get straight into things with our first session on the split, which, as Paul alluded to, is often what people sort of see as laying the bedrock for this entire political ascendancy of Menzies. We start with a conference regular in Anne Henderson, who is Deputy Director of the Sydney Institute and has written a number of books on Joseph and Enid Lyons, Menzies at War, and most recently, Menzies versus Evatt, which I'm sure will help inform today's paper. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. I'll try to be punctual. Thanks, Paul. Great speech. And it's a real pleasure to be here for this third conference discussing Menzies and his influence on Australian politics. It's a unique start for a conference on something like Robert Menzies to start with his opposition. We're starting with the Labor Party in a sense. But my view is that the split in the Labor Party had a lot to do with Menzies. And it's been covered over by myths that the Labor Party has created over time. The great Labor Party split, I still believe, had a lot to do with the reason or the fact that Menzies was such a long-serving Prime Minister of Australia. He was undoubtedly the great winner of the split, 54-55. He was by no means an innocent bystander. Matched with his rival, Labor leader Bert Evatt, he was a significant factor in the bitter divide that saw Labor in opposition federally
for 23 years. The emphasis that has been placed on B.A. Santa Maria and his movement in the split has been exaggerated. It stems from decades of Labor historians accepting the line pushed by Evatt at the time and articulated by Canberra journalist Alan Reid in collaboration with Evatt, who wrote of Santa Maria as Svengali-like in the shadows, pulling the strings. This interpretation of the might of Santa Maria at the time, leaning heavily on sectarian suspicions of Catholics within Labor, owes much to the ignorance of how great Santa Maria's actual influence then was. Whatever his influence among anti-communist and mostly Catholic Unionists and others, Santa Maria was a little-known political force in 1954 to 55. The movement was certainly one player in the split, but by no means the cause of it. In fact, Bill Barry, who led the group of Victorian Labor MPs to cross the floor in the Victorian Parliament to bring down the Cain Labor government in April 1955, was not even a member of Santa Maria's movement. And according to Barry himself and Frank McManus, then Labor's Victorian Assistant Secretary and later a DLP Senator, Barry had never met Santa Maria. It was only later, as anti-communist Labor became the Democratic Labor Party, anti-communist Labor for a while before that, and after 1957 the Queensland Labor Party, and remember 1957 it was late the split in Queensland, that's important, that Santa Maria came to public prominence and real influence. The NCC became the underbelly, a bit like the Australian Women's Group in the days of Lyons and others, the underbelly of those breakaway parties with anti-communist DLP and after 57 Queensland Labor Party preferences at elections in 55, 58 and 61 flowing to Robert Menzies' coalition. And as Paul has said, in the very close 1965-61 federal election after the credit squeeze, and to some extent Menzies' complacency that it was so easy to win with the split Labor Party, Queensland Labor Party preferences saved Jim Killen, and if they hadn't, Menzies would have had a hung parliament. So, in my view, and I think the history shows it, the split made Santa Maria as much as it made Menzies. To fully understand the Labor split of 54-55, we need to look back at the Menzies-Evatt contest, which had endured for the best part of a decade by 1954. Their personal rivalry went back to Evatt's leaving the High Court to stand for Labor at the 1940 federal election. Evatt saw himself right then as a possible Labor Prime Minister. He saw it from the moment he entered Parliament, and he played all sorts of games to try and destabilise things or to get himself in a position where he could become the Labor leader. But Evatt would have his ambitions curtailed by the success of John Curtin and Ben Chifley as Prime Ministers through the following decade. Menzies and Evatt faced each other directly in a number of stoushes, significant contests from 1947. There was the Battle of the Banks, the 1951 campaign to ban the Communist Party of Australia, the federal election in 1954, which Evatt was certain he was going to win, and the Petrov-Royal Commission after the election in 1954 into subversive activities involving the Soviet embassy in Canberra and various Australian operatives, some of whom, 3, were linked to Evatt's office. In these big bouts, Menzies would lose to Evatt in just one. The 1951 referendum was narrowly lost, led by Menzies, to Evatt's campaign for no, and it is unusual that it was so narrowly lost. Referendums usually go quite differently. But from then on, Menzies' conviction that Australia faced a world endangered by the spread of communism in Europe and Asia, and his determination to call it out, even before 54, was instrumental in playing Evatt at his weakest points. In the end, it was Menzies who destroyed Evatt's ability to lead and unite Labor. As Menzies told Canberra journalist Frank Chamberlain just before the 1954 election, Dr. Evatt is not a great Australian. He's a great man for Evatt. He's not interested in power for Australia. He's interested in power for Evatt. I would leave politics this 1954, but for Dr. Evatt. He's a menace to Australia and he must be kept out of office by hook or by crook. The rivalry between Menzies and Evatt was clear to their contemporaries, who noted over the years their parallel lives and intense competition, even their lack of regard for each other. After Menzies' resignation as Prime Minister in 1941, Evatt's trajectory was in ascendance. As Australia's Attorney General, he gained world attention helping to set up the United Nations, something he was eternally proud of. Then, Evatt's failure before both the High Court and the Privy Council in the Chifley government's bank nationalisation case, followed by Menzies' Liberal Party win at the federal election of 1949, saw Evatt face his first real defeat in what had been a career of brilliant prizes. Menzies now became ascendant. As Evatt saw it, Menzies had stolen this brilliant boy's golden future. But Evatt remained in politics, and eventually, as new Labor leader after Ben Chifley's death in June 1951, his second chance at the greatest political prize came. Now, the move by Menzies to ban the Communist Party of Australia was made in the growing tension of the Cold War. Menzies' visit to Britain in 1948, at the height of the Berlin blockade, had sharpened his view that the greatest danger to world peace was the growth of communism. Evatt, meanwhile, showed a more complacent attitude. He saw the United Nations and diplomacy as the way to peace, and seemingly to regard the Soviet Union as a reliable negotiator. The clash between Evatt and Menzies in the House of Representatives in February 1949 showed clearly the gap in the two men's perspectives. Evatt's constant push for dialogue through the United Nations to conciliate the Soviet Union was a stance that Menzies belittled as useless posturing in the face of danger. The split that decimated Labor in 1954 and 1955 had its origins in parliamentary politics and the lack of leadership shown by Bert Evatt. Former Labor MP Fred Daly recalled how the legislation to ban the Communist Party opened serious divisions in the Labor caucus from 1950, as Labor debated how to handle the legislation in the Senate. Daly wrote, Evatt, Chifley, Ward, Keon, Mullins, Rosevere, Corwell, Burke Victoria, Burke WA and Pollard participated in emotional and hate-filled debates, and sometimes the meetings broke up in disarray. For all that, Chifley held the team together. By 1954, Menzies had Evatt's measure as Labor leader, along with a sound reading and intuition of the mood and politics of the time. Communism was a real concern, regardless of the outcome of the Communist Party dissolution referendum. But the overriding concern of voters was inflation. As he brought down his horror, as it was called, budget of 1951, Treasurer Artie Fadden said he made no apology for the increase in taxes, as inflation was a whirlwind sucking up income and jobs. And it worked. By 1953, in the budget, such was the improvement in the economy, taxes were eased and benefits increased. Menzies was called the man of the hour by one cartoonist. For all that, Labor had improved in the polls since 1951, and many journalists continued to view that a Labor victory looked likely at the 1954 election. At least, that is, until the early months of 1954. By then, the 1953 budget was taking effect, just as the young Queen Elizabeth and her handsome husband, Prince Philip, landed in Australia on the 3rd of February for an 8-week tour. Now, Menzies had no hand in that date because that had been put off because of the death of the King. Now, Australia had seen nothing like it. Huge crowds waved and cheered at every vantage point, streets hung with bunting and lights sprinkled, while businesses, from magazines to ice cream vendors around the country benefited from what seemed like one long, glorious party. I know I was there. I saw the Queen 4 times. Everyone was excited about it. Children went out at night to look at the lights. Before long, columnists were writing the election would be close. The announcement of the defection of Vladimir Petrov, Third Secretary and Consul at the Soviet Embassy in Canberra on the 13th of April, just weeks before voting day on the 29th of May, was not something Menzies could control. The date had been fixed by negotiations between Petrov and ASIO. Petrov's wife, Evdokia, who also worked for the Soviet Embassy, and many of you will remember the scenes, defected in Darwin shortly after, following dramatic scenes at Sydney Airport. However, the legislation to set up the Petrov Royal Commission and its terms of reference was approved without division of Parliament, with Evatt as strong in his condemnation of communist espionage as Menzies. Then, within days, he was attacking Menzies for using the Commission to condemn the Chifley government for being weak on security. And in time, he would accuse Menzies of using Petrov to damage Labor in the 54 election. The first of the rabbits in the hat, the myths that shadowed what historians wrote from then on for some time. Now, there is no evidence that Petrov's defection influenced the outcome of the 1954 election. Menzies was aware of the Petrov documents and aware that they alleged that 3 of Evatt's staff had questionable contact with the Soviet embassy. But Menzies made no reference to the Petrov matter in the campaign. If he had, he'd have finished Evatt. All the debate in the federal election of 54 was over the economy and eventually over Labor's inability to cost its promises, something we're familiar with in more recent times. Just one Labor anti-communist MP made a statement in the campaign that might have damaged Evatt. Bill Burke in Victoria spoke that Evatt would need to revise its promises on abolishing the means test. His intervention came and went in a day. The rivalry on the hustings was tense as election day neared, so much so that the Sydney Morning Herald's Canberra correspondents commented that while restrained in public, Menzies and Evatt made no secret of their dislike for one another. It became seen as a contest between just 2 men. In time, the election defeat would let loose Evatt's well-known tendency to volcanic outbursts and paranoia. Over years, this had been common with his staff, at moments he thought were to his disadvantage, and here was a bigger moment, much more to his disadvantage. Evatt had never faced off against Menzies in such a major campaign, one that was meant to hand him the Prime Ministership and the prize he had worked for over a decade. As Menzies had rightly noted, so much of Evatt's career was all about him. And so it was that what happened to Labor after the 1954 federal election was fundamentally about what happened to Evatt. After the election, the Petrov Royal Commission began its hearings, and from Thursday the 1st of July, explosive revelations from the Petrovs and others of espionage activity at the Soviet embassy in Canberra hit the headlines daily. It was here that Evatt made his first serious mistake by insisting he represent his 3 staffers named in the Petrov documents, Dazil, Runderman and O'Sullivan. Ben Chifley had been correct in his assessment to Fred Daly shortly before his death that Evatt was not leadership material. During his appearances in the court, Evatt greatly annoyed the commissioners in addition to arguing that the defection of Petrov had been a ploy by Menzies to bring down the Labor opposition at the federal election. The accusation would absorb Labor supporters for decades and create myths that took years to disprove. It also showed that Evatt was preoccupied with absolving himself from blame for the election defeat and passing that blame on to Menzies, something he'd done on his staff for years. Evatt spent most of August away from Parliament, appearing before the Commission. His obsession with the Commission continued into September. Patience in caucus wore thin, and by the 8th of September, press reports of disorder in caucus were followed by an Adelaide News article headed, "Is Dr Evatt facing a nervous breakdown?" By the 16th of September, it was open war between the commissioners and Evatt, with the commissioners refusing to allow Evatt to appear before them. Parliamentary Labor felt leaderless and without a strategy. Menzies stood atop a diminishing opponent, which he would do for the next 2 elections, since Labor was unable to get rid of Evatt. And especially at this time, that Arthur Calwell, who may have been able to unite the party, and while siding with the Labor anti-communists in caucus, showed no inclination to challenge Evatt. In time, debates in the House would show a dominant Menzies facing a dysfunctional Evatt, which, as Paul has pointed out, was probably as much a reason why he couldn't win an election. On the 5th of October 1954, something snapped in Evatt. He released a press statement exploding into headlines the following day. He accused members outside the parliamentary ring in Victoria of acting with increasing disloyalty, enough to bring the matter before the federal executive of the party. He claimed this was a factor that told heavily against us in Victoria in the 1954 federal election. Now, he didn't mention any names. He didn't mention Santa Maria, but he did mention Santa Maria's News Weekly. And the message was clear that Santa Maria's movement, according to Evatt, had lost Labor the 1954 federal election, another of the myths that Labor historians continued for decades. The scapegoating that would explode in a split had started. At the caucus meeting on the 13th of October, as many have recorded, inflamed emotions took over. On a vote for the leadership, the minority voted against Evatt, ended with Evatt standing on a table shouting, "Take down their names." Fred Daly recorded as manic Evatt, writing, "It was Evatt and Ward at their hating best." He added that the two seemed to be enjoying it. Whatever unleashed that day turned into a dictatorial purge of the party, the sort of authoritarian use of power that Evatt had condemned in his campaign against the Communist Dissolution Bill. It was an act of self-destruction, not easily understood in today's politics. And so it was that after years of personal battles between Menzies and Evatt, which had ended in such a bitter election defeat, and the hysteria of his involvement in the Petrov Royal Commission, which affected his grip on leadership, Evatt made a manic move. As Menzies well knew, Evatt's temperament was spasmodic and erratic under pressure. In the game of political contest, this was the darkest moment for the Doc with Evatt. And I conclude, to me, that Menzies' rival with Evatt and his defeat of Labor at the 1954 election were fundamental to the split in 1954 to 55. Thank you. Oh, here.
We'll just
say it wasn't on the program.
Yeah. While we organise the roaming mic, I might start off with a question. You seem to paint Evatt as absolutely central there, the sort of defining person in the split. But as someone who's written a biography of Joseph Lyons, and would obviously be quite familiar with the earlier 1930s Labor split, I just wanted to ask, do you think there was something sort of structural or cultural within Labor that made it prone to splits?
Well, yeah, because, John Howard says that if the rules of the Liberal Party had applied to Labor in 1954-55, it could never have happened. The federal executive could not have walked in on the Victorian executive and told them they had to go. And that's one of the strengths of the Liberal Party, and possibly sometimes one of its weaknesses, that the states have autonomy in these matters. So there is something structurally deficient in Labor in the case of these splits. But I still see, I was given a wad of Peter Hayden's documents by Dyson Hayden, who worked for Evatt for years. I think there's an article in it for Quadrant at least. They're devastating. The sort of stuff that Evatt did to him and his wife and his kids, and he did it to others. He was personally vindictive when anything looked like he was going to have a bad moment. He would blame people who had nothing to do with it. He would, and Maz, Evatt's wife, in the case of Peter Hayden, would suddenly rush out and buy presents for their children to try and appease them, because Evatt was just manic when he saw that something was going wrong for him, and it would be nothing big deal. He would just take it out on the staff. Now, what happened with the split, I think in this particular incident, quite different from the split in 30-31, where Joe Lyons walked and some people walked with him, and then the forces of the unrepresented middle class, or whatever you want to call them, all came over to the UAP in such numbers that they had an enormous win in 31. In this case, it wasn't so much there was an election in the offing, it was that they went deliberately, as Paul's going to tell you in a moment, and literally murdered the Labor Party in Victoria. If you read Paul Strangio's book, what they did in Victoria is just unbelievable. People were thrown out of their jobs, people lost their seats in Parliament. It was outright war. But that happened because the federal executive was brought in on it, and Evatt was in control. No Prime Minister could do that who was a Liberal.
Thank you. Questions? Greg?
I'm wondering if you underplay Santa Maria's role in all of this, because for my sins I've actually read the Santa Maria papers for this period, and in 1953 he does political position situation papers, and in 1953 he's of the view, this is from memory by the way, that the Liberal Party government is gone and there's an opportunity here to increase the position of the movement, whatever it is, the power. And that theme continues right throughout 1953 into 54. So Evatt wasn't reacting against a threat that was non-existent. It was clear that he may not have been a public figure, but Santa Maria was certainly manoeuvring with certain groups behind the scenes. And it might have been natural for Evatt to have taken this, hey, this is the guy who's been moving against me, and, that's why I'm going to blame him.
Look, I didn't say Santa Maria wasn't in there somewhere, but he had nowhere near the influence you're describing. He had the sort of influence, actually, I know a bit about the NCC, a long time back. Everyone assumed the NCC had enormous power even after all this happened. They did have influence and effect on the DLP, but they never had anything like the influence on the whole of Australian politics. And what's interesting about what Paul said about losing the 55-58 election, Queensland didn't split till 57. But when you look at the figures, the effect of whatever it did to Victoria and the effect of what it had on the Federal Party, it changed a lot of people's vote, not from ALP to DLP, because there was no DLP. They went to the coalition. They went to the National Party. And so what happened in Queensland, which was vital to the Liberal Party, with the split, they went to the more conservative side of politics. So Assembly wasn't operating there at all. And in 61, it was Queensland that killed them, killed Liberals, because they lost 15 seats, most of which were in Queensland, and that's where Killen's seat was vital. Because had he lost that seat, and you just have to do the figures, Communist Party goes out first, DLP preferences, if they'd gone to Labor, Labor would have won the seat, but they didn't, they went to Killen, mostly. And it stopped Menzies from a hung parliament. There's also a myth out there that the Communist Party preferences did it. That's rubbish. They went out first and the Queensland Labor Party preferences went next. But if you know anything about Santa Maria's movement, and I live with one person who's lived with Santa Maria's movement for longer than I can almost bear, he isn't anything like as important to the widespread electoral support. And there's a huge amount of sectarianism in it. This anti-Semitism thing that's going on now, I understand it, because I understand the anti-Catholicism. I grew up with it. And over there in Protestant Anglophile Australia, and there was a lot of it in the Labor Party, the idea that a group of Catholics would get together to try and change the policy. They weren't trying to change the government. They were trying to change, well, they were trying to change the government, yes, but they were trying to change it to Labor. They wanted Labor to win. They were Laborites. And, you know, my dad went from handing out out-of-vote cards one election for the Labor Party to handing them out for the DLP of Victoria. And that's what it was about. You sort of pick on one little group and it's a minor group and you sort of finger them, and all because Everett did it. He said they're against me, and because he scapegoated them like he used to do Peter Hayden and others. Anyway, that's how I see it. But I do think he became very influential, generally, through his point of view on Sundays and through being able to soldier the troops to vote DLP, because that's what made the DLP strong. The NCC made the people of the DLP stay together and work very much as the underbelly of the party.
Anyone else?
I'm a Catholic, you're all Anglo-Protestants. I'm finished. There you are.
Thank you. We now have Professor Paul Strangio, who is an emeritus professor at Monash, and he's authored or edited 12 books, a lot of them relating to Australian political history. I certainly know Confusion, the making of the Australian party system, is something I've referenced a lot. But what's particularly pertinent for today's paper is that he's also specialised to a large extent in Victorian history and knows a lot about the specifics of the political culture of this state. So thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach, and thank you to Georgina and Zach for organising this event and facilitating me being here today. I'm very delighted to be here. Killen, you are magnificent. For many years it was part of Australian political folklore that this was how an exultant Prime Minister, Robert Menzies, congratulated the young backbencher James Killen when, after the distribution of preferences for Queenslander, narrowly won his seat of Moreton, thus allowing the Liberal Country Party coalition to scrape back into office in December 1961. It turned out, however, that the story was apocryphal. Killen admitted in his 1985 memoir that he had concocted it to help a Courier Mail journalist hunting for a news break. The truth was far more quotidian. The only contact Killen received from Menzies was a perfunctory phone call in which the subdued Prime Minister said, "Well, laddie, this is good news. I'm glad it's over. It's been quite a strain." In retrospect, there was always grounds to suspect that Killen's story was a fable. The exuberant wording was all wrong. The Olympian Menzies did not unbend himself in that way with colleagues, and certainly not with a junior government member. The message lacked the gravitas of the great man. There was a bigger reason, though, why Menzies was unlikely to have gushed at Killen in terms that he was the government's saviour. The Prime Minister knew well that a seat in Queensland had not been the decisive difference between victory and defeat in the election. Rather, it was due to the state of Victoria that his government had hung on. The figures demonstrate this. In the 1961 election, Labor gained a seat share of only 30.3% in the House of Representatives in Victoria, which was the same level of representation it had been anchored on since the party split in 1955. The Labor seat share of 30.3% in Victoria in 1961 compared to 58.7% in New South Wales, 61.1% in Queensland, 54.6% in South Australia, 33.3% in WA and 60% in Tasmania. In other words, if not for events in Victoria, namely the Labor split and its disastrous aftermath for the party in that state, the Menzies era would have ended in 1961, as Paul indicated before. This paper addresses the role of Victorian political exceptionalism as it relates to Menzies' ascendancy. The paper suggests that the chief feature of that exceptionalism was the chronic weakness of the Labor Party in the state. Further, it argues that Labor's infirmity was crucial to the state being the epicentre of the ALP split in 1955. The split was fundamentally a Victorian phenomenon, with the Victorian ALP effectively sacrificed because of its record as the worst performing of the Labor branches. In turn, the paper highlights the split's devastating effect on the ALP in Victoria, an effect which, as the 1961 election result highlighted, all but insulated the Menzies government from defeat. So now, the theme of Victorian exceptionalism. Now, we live in an era in which Labor is the party of government in Victoria. Since the early 1980s, the ALP has ruled over Spring Street for 3/4 of the time, while over the same period, Labor has won the two-party preferred vote in Victoria in federal elections on no fewer than 14 out of 16 occasions. Little wonder John Howard has grumbled that Victoria is the Massachusetts of Australia. Yet this recent Labor ascendancy is an inversion of the dominant pattern of Victoria's electoral history for most of the 20th century. If there was a defining characteristic of Victorian politics throughout that period, a note of exceptionalism, it was Labor's electoral underperformance. Compared to its counterparts in the other states, Victorian Labor was the last to form government, a burlesque fortnight-long administration in 1913, and the last to form majority government, not until 1952. Labor's share of government in Victoria during the first half of the 20th century vividly illustrates its uncompetitiveness. That share was a trifling 12.7%, which compared to 67.7% in Queensland, 51.6% in WA, 46.4% in Tasmania, 41.1% in New South Wales and 26.8% in South Australia. So why was the Victorian ALP the poor relation of the state Labor branches? In part, its weakness was congenital. The strength of the liberal protectionist tradition in colonial Victoria and deep attachment of the local labour movement, especially older-style craft unions, to that tradition retarded the movement's embrace of independent political organisation. Whereas in the other colonies, trade unions were forming labour parties in the early 1890s, Melbourne's Trades Hall prevaricated about direct working-class political representation. The first incarnation of political labour in Victoria was the Progressive Political League, which emerged to contest the 1892 election. But it was more a subsidiary of liberalism than an autonomous political force. There were two more attempts to get Labor off the ground in Victoria over the following decade before it finally gained organisational permanency under the title of the Political Labor Council in 1901. Already by that time, the party had developed an inferiority complex, comparing itself unfavourably to Labor's strapping youngsters in New South Wales and Queensland. Another serious and enduring handicap for Labor stemmed from Victoria's economic geography. Victoria was easily the most metropolitan dominated of the eastern seaboard colonies come states. It lacked the vast grazing tracts of New South Wales and Queensland, and also hemmed in by the spread of agricultural smallholding. Victoria's pastoral industry was at its productive limits by the end of the 19th century. Similarly, gold mining was declining as an employer, and unlike New South Wales, Victoria lacked workable black coal. The result was a chiefly urban-based constituency for Labor, which was markedly different to the situations in New South Wales and Queensland, where Australia's pastoral industry was concentrated and where the early Labor parties were strongly rooted in the mobilisation of shearers and small farmers. In Victoria, by way of contrast, Labor's principal constituency was industrial workers in a ring of inner Melbourne suburbs, supplemented by limited bases of support in regional centres in Ballarat, Bendigo, Geelong and some of the larger towns in Gippsland. In short, Victorian Labor was predominantly an enclave party of industrial Melbourne. This presented then a special problem for the party because of the severe malapportionment of the state's electoral system, a situation that, distant from government, it was helpless to correct. Although the weighting of rural seats was not unique to Victoria, that malapportionment had grown to extreme levels by the early 20th century. This bias heavily penalised Labor because so much of its vote was bottled up in Melbourne's industrial suburbs. To put it another way, the party's support was sequestered in the wrong place, greatly diminishing its prospect of winning government in the state. Now, being locked out of power had detrimental consequences for Victorian Labor, consequences that further hindered its chances of becoming a party of government. Because of the parliamentary party's remoteness from office, it won little prestige and remained mostly under tight control by Melbourne Trades Hall. The industrialists were in turn equivocal about the value of parliamentary action for the reason that it delivered so little to them. Another consequence of Labor's lack of experience of executive government was that the party had a more oppositional and radical culture than its state counterparts. It developed a consoling but self-defeating mindset of finding vindication in righteous defeat. During World War I, it was the hub of the anti-conscription movement and intractable in its determination to punish anyone who strayed from that cause. Out of office at that time, unlike the New South Wales branch, it avoided a serious split. Though in minority government during the Great Depression crisis, the hemorrhaging was also largely contained, with only its leader, Ned Hogan, and 3 other renegades expelled, which was in sharp contrast to the devastating carnage in New South Wales. The dodging of a major schism on these 2 occasions was to have disastrous effects in the mid-1950s. So now, turning to why Victoria is the epicentre of the split of the 1950s. The party splintered elsewhere, but with a different character, intensity and scale to the Victorian cataclysm, those schisms were relative sideshows. Now, there are at least two factors at play in making Victoria the focus of the 1950s split. The first, which I'll only fleetingly refer to, was the distinctive nature of the Catholic anti-communist mobilisation in Victoria. Formed at a small gathering at B.A. Santa Maria's Melbourne home in August 1941, the Catholic anti-communist movement was uniquely aggressive and doctrinaire in Victoria. As fountainhead of the movement's ideology, Santa Maria's leadership was a chief reason for that zeal. The second major factor why the split centred in Victoria was Labor's arrested development in the state. As I've explained, Victorian Labor was a creature of the Melbourne's Trades Hall, a party that lacked a governing culture and which has sustained itself through its long fallow years by ritual incantations about its purity. Ironically, at the very point of escalating factional tensions within the party due to the activities of anti-communist Catholic militants, Labor in Victoria achieved a major breakthrough in 1952 when, under the leadership of John Cain Sr., for the first time in its history, it won majority government in the state, and achieved it largely due to the chaotic condition of the non-Labor side of politics. Now, the Cain government of 52-55 was legislatively productive, but it was bedeviled by industrial disputation. There was a reflection of intensifying antagonism between the Labor movement's industrial and political wings, which was another cause of the party schism of 1955. Put simply, Trades Hall, which, as I have said, was at best ambivalent about parliamentarism, declared war on the Cain government. What the historian of the Labor Party split, Robert Murray, has described as industrial wing messianism was embodied by the ageing Secretary of Trades Hall, Vic Stout. Ross Fitzgerald has correctly summed up the ancestry of the madness that drove Stout and his Trade Hall allies on in the mid-1950s. Quote, "Much of the industrial wing of the Victorian branch of the ALP was not interested in reformist governments that wanted incremental change. Unlike its counterparts in New South Wales and Queensland, Victorian Labor had never enjoyed an extended period of majority government and remained in many ways an anti-parliamentary party. Many trade unionists, distrusting the compromises of parliamentary politics, held these views, and Stout faithfully reflected them. As a consequence, Stout seemed quite happy for the split to go ahead." Unquote. Labor's doleful history in Victoria contributed to the split of the 50s in other ways. Decades of parliamentary impotence and a desultory record of legislative achievement encourages tendency for the Victorian branch and the Cain government to be treated as expendable. Moreover, the party's deeply rooted oppositional culture was antithetical to the kind of pragmatic, self-preserving instinct necessary to guide it through the crisis. The contrast with New South Wales in this period was great. There, both the trade union movement and the Catholic Church leadership better appreciated the benefits of Labor in power. The party there had been in office continuously since the early 40s, and an attitude of compromise prevailed there. Victoria was different from New South Wales too, in that it had previously avoided a catastrophic showdown between its political and industrial wings. This was another legacy of its scant experience of office. Relations between a relatively weak parliamentary party and a powerful Trades Hall had been generally harmonious. The party had weathered the storms of World War I and the Great Depression. But this also meant the Victorian branch had not been inoculated against the perils of a full-blown split. What had been postponed in the past was played out with ferocity in the mid-1950s as the industrialists seized the opportunity of the crisis triggered by the activities of the anti-communist crusaders to brutally assert their authority over the political wing. Victoria became a sacrificial lamb for all sides of the dispute. Frank McManus, one of the movement activists, later recalled in his memoirs his realisation in 1955 that their northern allies were prepared to cut them adrift, writing, quote, "It became painfully obvious that the movement and the groupers in New South Wales had decided that Victoria was expendable and that their objectives should be to save New South Wales and themselves," unquote. Dinny Lovegrove, a key power broker of Victorian Labor, put it more clinically, quote, "The New South Wales men are prepared to fight to the last Victorian," unquote. And so it was. So, the concluding section, the split in Victoria as a gift to Menzies. Now, I haven't got time to go into detail about the legacies of the split for Victorian Labor. Suffice to say that the split worsened the party's historic pathologies. Harried by the split's bastard child, the breakaway Democratic Labor Party, which was far stronger in Victoria than in any other state, the post-split Victorian ALP's defining features were anti-Catholicism and anti-parliamentarism. The latter, as we have seen, had a long pedigree in the party, but it was given tremendous additional impetus by the split. A myth of Victorian Labor in the post-split years was that the trade unions had been the saviour of the party from infiltration by the movement. This mythology lent legitimacy to the industrial wing's dictatorial supremacy. Trade unions, particularly left-wing industrial unions, dominated the party's central executive and willfully coerced the politicians. Those unions were little interested in parliamentary power, preferring a condition of ideological chastity. When Gough Whitlam famously said only impia pure, he was referring to the post-split Victorian ALP. The dysfunction of the post-split Victorian ALP was a gift to Menzies and also to Henry Bolte, the state's Liberal Party Premier from 1955. The figures illustrate the catastrophic electoral effects of the split on Labor in Victoria, showing incontrovertibly that the Liberal Party was the chief beneficiary of those effects. Concentrating on the federal elections of 55, 58 and 61, the ALP's average primary vote in Victoria in those elections was 39.4%. This compared to 49.6% in New South Wales, 49.5% in South Australia, 48.8% in Tasmania and 42.6% in both Queensland and WA. This amounted to a mean Labor primary vote in the non-Victorian states of 46.6%, which was more than 7% higher than the Victorian average. The ALP's average seat share in the House of Representatives in Victoria in those three elections was 30.3%, was also worse than in any other state excepting WA. That Victorian Labor's dismal electoral position was due to the split is demonstrated by the fact that the Liberal Party's primary vote in Victoria was not superior to its performance in the other states. At the three elections of 55, 58 and 1961, the Liberal Party gained an average vote of 38% in Victoria, which trailed behind 38.2% in New South Wales, 43.8% in South Australia, 42.9% in WA and 44.1% in Tasmania. That its position was unassailable in Victoria was directly due to the watertight preferences it received from the Democratic Labor Party and its forerunner, the anti-communist Labor Party. The DLP averaged a primary vote of 15.2% in Victoria in the 3 federal elections of 55, 58 and 61. This was far above its support in any of the other states, with its mean vote in the non-Victorian states just 7% or less than half its level in Victoria. The flow-on of preferences from the DLP to Menzies Liberal Party enabled the latter to enjoy an average share of the House of Representatives seats in Victoria in the elections of 55, 58 and 61 of 56.6%, which was better than its performance in any other state bar WA. So, in sum, that Victoria was the jewel in the Liberal crown during this period can be attributed to the exceptionalism of politics in the state, an exceptionalism manifest in Labor's woeful electoral underperformance. Labor was, to put it mildly, a failed political project in Victoria. This was, as I have shown, a peculiarity with a long history, but which had been further entrenched by the 1955 split. Indeed, in the years following the split, Victoria was effectively a one-party government state, that party being the Liberal Party. Menzies' unrivalled supremacy in this period can be understood as, I would submit, a direct function of the split. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. I think it's really important to understand how sort of different the political cultures of each of our states are, and the fact that those roots can be traced back to colonial parliaments, and the fact that it was 45 years from, certainly for New South Wales and Victoria, for responsible government in 1856 until federation. So there was 45 years to develop those sort of independent political cultures. I'll start with a question. You sort of paint this picture of Victorian Labor as very much denigrated and looked down upon by the wider ALP at the time. How do you explain Arthur Caldwell then becoming leader of the Labor Party?
Oh, that's a good question. Of course, it didn't mean that Labor wasn't able to produce formidable politicians. And Caldwell was one of those, although, of course, he had to wait an awful long time first to win a seat federally, and then, of course, he had to wait for the leadership. Caldwell was a very interesting figure in terms of the split in what his manoeuvring at that time, because he deeply regretted what was going on. But he had also been antagonised deeply also by Santa Maria and the movement. So, as I said, I think Victoria could develop formidable politicians, but at the same time it was a deeply dysfunctional outfit. And just that exile from government does terrible damage, prolonged exile from government. And that's what we saw in Victoria. It developed a very debilitating culture. Stephen?
Great, thank you very much, Paul. Stephen Wilkes from the ANU. My question is on the broader record of the ALP in Victoria. For many years, in the 30s, 40s, I believe, Victorian ALP practices very curious, vicarious strategy of supporting country party governments, would you believe? Notably, for a while, that of the magnificent Albert Dunstan.
For nearly a decade.
Yeah, for ages, yonks. I'm just wondering, and indeed, apparently it was considered by some to be so successful in terms of extracting legislation from the country party that Caldwell was quite anxious to make clear it was his bright idea. So does this curious strategy in any way qualify the assessment of the ALP in Victoria being basically a dud political force?
That just underscored that it kept Albert Dunstan's Country Party government in power for virtually a decade, the nadir of the state of Victorian Labor. That it had decided after the tensions of the Great Depression, that it wouldn't form minority government any longer. So it would wait it out. And instead it decided to support a country party administration. In fact, Victoria is fascinating. It's another element of exceptionalism. Fundamentally, you have three parties vying for government: Labor, the Country Party, and the Liberal Party, or whatever party, it went under various names, of course. In part because Labor wasn't a threat, it didn't force the non-Labor parties into coalition. And instead you had this triangular party system in Victoria, which, as I said, is another element of its exceptionalism in that period.
Right.
Thanks for a fascinating paper. When I read Gordon Childs' How Labor Governs, which is New South Wales up to the 1920s, you get the similar fight, don't you, between the industrial wing and the parliamentary party, and Childs basically against the parliamentary party. But maybe the difference is, as you say, that it's not that Victoria's exceptional, that the Labor Party went through a similar form of evolution, but it turned out differently because in New South Wales, as you say, the Labor Party became a party of government. I think
that's correct. Again, you consider it was not until 1952 that Labor formed majority government in the state, and you're going to have the tensions between the industrialists and the parliamentary wing build up. And this had occurred, decades before in the other branches, but because Labor had not formed majority government, had been postponed, those tensions in Victoria. The relations had been relatively harmonious because the parliamentary party was so impotent and Trace Hall dominated it.
I'll just add one more question. You alluded to that there were parts of your paper you had to sort of cut down as far as the ongoing legacies of the split in Victoria, and certainly I'd be interested, to what extent do you think that the modern ALP in Victoria, do you think that it has any of that culture, certainly that idea of that culture of being perhaps more progressive than other Labor parties, because it has had that history of being an outsider and really taking pride in the fact that it was more pure than...
It's a fascinating as to why Labor has become dominant in this state. And I think in some ways a lot of this turns on intervention in the branch. Finally, there's intervention in 1970-71 because Gough Whitlam and others realised that they can't go on. Victoria is such a handicap to them winning federal government. But since that time, and the middle classing of the party in the flows in the 70s into the 80s, I think to some degrees Victorian Labor has become a better approximation of the social liberal tradition in Victoria than has the Liberal Party itself. And that partly explains why it meshes better with your Victorian electorate. So I think but it's a fascinating, I think there's longevity in that Victorian liberalism tradition. And someone like Rupert Hamer well represented it. But I think the contemporary Liberal Party has struggled to do so, whereas I think the contemporary Labor Party is a better approximation of it.
That's interesting. It speaks to some of the arguments that Julius Fretz makes as well. If there's no more questions, we might break for morning tea.
Thank you.
Thank you. If people could take their seats, please, we've got to get on with session 2. Jeff, I see you. Come on, sit down. Yeah. So we'll get straight into it. Session 2 is a little deep dive into the economic history of the period, and if you're looking at sort of reasons why Menzies has this electoral dominance from 54 to 61, you can't look past the importance of the economic prosperity between the hiccups of 1951 and 1961. So this paper by David Lee is sort of part 2. He left us on a cliffhanger last year with his economic history of the early period of the Menzies government. He sort of hinted that everything began to liberalise and open up in this second period starting in 1956. David Lee is an associate professor at UNSW Canberra, and he's written a whole range of things, but most recently he's done the Australian biographical monograph on John Curtin. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Zach. So the Hawke government's decisions in the 1980s to float the dollar, reduce tariffs and redesign industry policy are generally regarded as the crucial moment in Australia's direction to greater economic openness. Less attention has been paid to the historical origins of this trajectory during the Menzies years, and this paper will examine the role of Menzies and his government in beginning the transition away from a closed economy oriented towards trade with the United Kingdom and Europe towards a more open economy that would be increasingly enmeshed in the Asia-Pacific from the 1960s. And crucial to this transition was Menzies' decision in 1955 to merge the Department of Trade and Customs and the Department of Commerce and Agriculture into a unified Department of Trade. So just some background, the Department of Trade and Customs was a foundation department of the Commonwealth. It had the very important task of raising revenue, collecting the proceeds of tariffs on imported goods as well as excises. And as Australia's tariff regime became increasingly protectionist, the Department of Trade and Customs acquired responsibility for protection of industry. The Department of Commerce was established first as the Department of Markets in the 1920s, then Commerce, and then later in 1942, Commerce and Agriculture. And this latter department had responsibility for promoting exports with the aid of a network of trade commissioners. Now, both trade departments were involved in negotiating the Ottawa Agreement of 1930, which established the imperial preferential system under which Australia accorded preferential entry to British manufactured goods in return for Australia getting concessions on its exports to Britain. Now, because of a shortage of dollars in World War II and after, the Chifley Labor government licensed imports from North America in the second half of the 1940s, and particularly its licensing of petrol was an important factor in its defeat in 1949. In 1952, the Menzies government was forced by a balance of payments crisis to extend import licensing to cover the full range of Australia's imports. By that time, Australia's exchange rate was fixed under the Bretton Woods regime, and the combined effects of the Ottawa system of imperial preference, these are some of the people who negotiated it, import licensing and fixed exchange rates, meant that the Australian economy in the interwar period and into the 1950s was much less open than it subsequently became. Now, in the second half of the 1950s and into the early 1960s, the Menzies government took several decisions that saw Australia take a turn to greater openness. The high point of this comes with the 1980s with the Hawke government, but the Menzies government also, I argue, played a part in its origins. Beginning in 1954 with Sir John Crawford, the redoubtable Secretary of the Department of Commerce and Agriculture, make some representations to the government about reform of the public service. And his idea was to create a Department of Trade and Industry. It would control virtually all of Australia's external economic relations, both export and import, other than the statutory marketing boards, which were the responsibility of Commerce and Agriculture and later Primary Industry when that was created. So Menzies and Bill Dunk, the chairman of the Public Service Board, took the crucial decisions to put Crawford's ideas into practice, and it was done by a Prime Ministerial directive by Menzies in 1955 to obviate any bureaucratic obstruction. So the result was that in January 1956, Menzies abolished the Department of Trade and Customs and the Department of Commerce and Agriculture to establish a new unified Department of Trade. Now, before 1956, Trade and Customs had responsibility for imports and a generally defensive and protectionist attitude. At the same time, the Department of Commerce and Agriculture had a positive approach to engaging with the world economy in support of Australia's primary exports. And as Boris Shedvin has observed, the new Department of Trade combined elements of both these philosophies. It retained high protection as a cardinal philosophy, but incorporated an aggressive approach to export promotion, and these two strands, contradictory in a way, sat side by side with each other for almost 20 years. Now, one immediate effect of these machinery of government changes was that it facilitated John McEwen, the Minister for Trade, and his new Secretary, John Crawford, to negotiate two major bilateral agreements. The first one was to renegotiate the Ottawa Agreement that had been negotiated in 1932. So by this time, the trade relationship with Britain was out of balance and not in Australia's favour, and McEwen and Crawford wanted to renegotiate it both to make it fairer to Australia, but also to give the government flexibility to negotiate other trade agreements with foreign countries, and particularly with Japan. So this is what happened. McEwen and Crawford succeeded in negotiating a new United Kingdom-Australia trade agreement, which preserved the essence of the old system, but made it more favourable to Australia, and also had a clause in it by which Britain would use its best endeavours to import more Australian wheat. Now that didn't happen, but to make up for the loss of wheat trade to Britain, McEwen and Crawford were successful in engineering wheat trade with the People's Republic of China, beginning with a momentous deal in 1960. But crucially, the renegotiation of Ottawa gave the government the flexibility it needed to negotiate perhaps the most important trade agreement of the 20th century, the Commerce Agreement with Japan. That was the reverse of the British agreement in the sense that the trade relationship was overwhelmingly in Australia's favour, and Australia was discriminating against Japan in a way that posed risks, maybe that Japan would eventually retaliate against Australia's very important exports like wool and wheat. McEwen and Crawford didn't want that to happen, so they convinced Menzies to authorise negotiations with Japan, which led to this momentous Commerce Agreement of 1957, under which both countries extended to each other most favoured nation treatment in tariff and import licensing, while still retaining imperial preferential trade. Now this is significant because within a short space of time, within about a decade, Japan overtakes Britain as Australia's most important foreign market. Now, the other major change in the direction of greater openness comes with the Menzies government's decision in February 1960 to abolish import controls. And in this decision, the Treasury and the Department of Trade were key players. Treasury was pushing to get rid of import licensing, particularly from 1959, as a counter-inflationary measure. The Department of Trade, which had the job now of implementing import licensing, and this was one of the reasons why Menzies created the Department of Trade, because he didn't trust the Department of Trade and Customs to be able to adequately administer import licensing. He wanted McEwen and Crawford to do it. Now, McEwen and Crawford took a more cautious attitude towards this crucial decision to get rid of import licensing. But by the late 1950s, import licensing was becoming increasingly politically unpopular. Retail and business leaders were complaining about it, and there was a degree of corruption evident in its administration. So it's really politically unpopular. It's bringing heat on the government. The Treasury is pushing to get rid of import licensing. The Treasury wants to keep flexibility, to have import licensing as an economic lever in case the balance of payments gets out of hand. So eventually, McEwen, perhaps tired of the political headache it's given him, agrees with Menzies and the Treasurer Harold Holt to take the decision to abolish import licensing. And so this decision is taken in February 1960 against the advice of John Crawford, who's by this stage transitioning out of the public service and into academia. With Crawford out, McEwen agrees to go along with the decision. So this decision is taken in February 1960, and John Stone, a Treasury official then, said this about the decision. He said the decision to get rid of import licensing was part of a process dealing with the sort of inflationary upsurge that began to occur in 1959 and led to this decision in February 1960 to abolish almost at a stroke import licensing in order to basically make goods more freely available and hence to cut back the inflationary consequences of the kind of protectionism involved in that import licensing regime. And in the 50s, import licensing was the more important protection measure than the tariff. After 1960, the tariff regains that position. John Stone goes on to say, I think it was one of the most important decisions in the post-war period because it really was a kind of watershed in putting the war behind us. It might seem strange putting the war behind you after 15 years after the event, but that is actually what happened. So abolishing import licensing was a brave decision, rather like the decision of the Hawke government to float the dollar in 1983. And both decisions resulted in economic trouble for the governments which made them. Hawke's government oversaw a precipitate decline in the value of the dollar, while the Menzies government, as Crawford and others predicted would happen, oversaw a balance of payments crisis that had to be addressed by drastic credit squeeze measures. And these credit squeeze measures were one of the factors that led to Menzies' near defeat in 1961, which we've heard about already. But again, one of the consequences coming out of the credit squeeze crisis was governments searching for all possible means to increase exports. And out of this casting around for ways to increase exports were decisions to end the iron ore export embargo in 1960 and to subsidise Australia's coal ports. So the iron ore ban is lifted in 1960, less because of him, I think, than because of agreement within the Menzies government and the major departments like Trade and National Development. And also to subsidise Australia's coal infrastructure in ports like Balmain and Newcastle and Port Kembla and also Gladstone in Queensland. So that in the 1960s, We have the beginning of the mining boom, which helps to transform the Australian economy and to bring new staple exports like iron ore, coal and bauxite. So in the 1960s, Australia became free of the kind of balance of payments crises that had bedeviled Australia in the 40s and 1950s. Now, in this tussle, Treasury often casts itself as the hero of the story and trade as the protectionist villain. And here's what one Treasury official said of this tussle. He says, "The ironic result was that the Treasury operated as the Department for Trade, e.g. in persuading the government to abolish import licensing in 1960, and Trade as the Department against Trade, e.g. in conceiving and winning support for local content plans. I would argue that if Treasury had been less influential, Australia might have clung to import licensing for its manufacturers as New Zealand did, and that if trade had been less influential, Australia might have participated more fully in the great expansion of trade between industrialised countries which occurred in the 1950 to 70 period, thereby experiencing a more rapid growth in living standards and faster progress towards a more adaptable and resilient economy." Now, I think this is unfair, this characterisation of trade, and particularly Crawford, as villains. And we can see later in 1973, for example, that the trade was more favourable to Whitlam's 1973 tariff cuts than an oppositionist Treasury was. But it's certainly the case that key decisions made by the Menzies government in this period, 1956 to 1961, formation of the Department of Trade, the two trade agreements with Britain and Japan, ending import licensing, and the measures to promote mining, must be taken in account, into a full account of Australia's post-war move from the sheltered economy of the first half of the 20th century to a more open economy oriented in the Asia Pacific in the period from the 1960s onward. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. Lyndon's got a question already. We got Will? Lyndon, it's over there.
I'm just interested in the nuts and bolts of import licensing. What does the government get, and what does the person applying for the import licence get? What is the bang for the buck, so to speak?
So the Treasury would estimate the balance of payments and the level of imports which Australia could sustain, and which our exports could pay for. They then tell Trade and Customs, or later Trade, this is a figure, and then the Department of Trade issues licences to try to get to that number that Treasury has set. And then individual traders would apply to the Department of Trade and Customs, or Trade, for licences to import certain goods. And they would give the Department of Trade the statistics about their trade, and they would be given licences to import a certain amount.
Right. So they'd have an individual quota that they could go up to.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Michael?
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, David. I'm interested in the temporal processes, and I remember Robert Menzies, I think it was, writing in the Bulletin in the 90s, said that we still had a BHP mentality about how trade worked, and export in particular for Australia. I'm just wondering, to what extent was Menzies' approach, particularly once, we weren't even looking for uranium until after the war, so once we started really looking at mining as a viable export option, was it a reflection of global trends, or was there something more deliberate from Menzies in expanding trade? And just looking at that graph you showed of going back to the First World War, I understand we exported wool to the UK that they simply burnt because they didn't need it. They were just honouring a sort of export promise. But when you look at that graph you showed before, it shows that ever since we started opening up, our trade has expanded dramatically. I'm just wondering, is how much relies on Menzies' input there versus the global trends after the Second World War? Thanks.
So the situation was, for example, with iron ore, we used to export that in moderate degrees, but then in 1938, the Lyons government, for strategic reasons, decides to embargo it. But then for 20 years, you have this embargo continuing, rationalised by geological assessments we didn't have enough iron ore. And that thinking underpinned industry thinking. And the steel industry was BHP, which had a vested interest in preserving its monopoly by not giving other companies an entree into iron ore mining. This comes out of the balance of payments credit squeeze crisis, and it's pressure from the state government, West Australian government, one thing. Pressure from Japan. Japan is saying, well, they never believed the stuff about Australia's iron ore supplies from 1938 on. It comes from Japan. It also comes from departments like National Development and Trade, where McEwen sends an officer over to talk to Western Mining Corporation to get their views on it. They're not sure how it's going to work, and the Prime Minister's Department says don't do it because they don't think it's going to work. But when it comes in, it produces dramatic discoveries. People like Lang Hancock already knew there were massive deposits in the Pilbara. So that's how it comes about. I suppose a number of forces, and Menzies is one player. He agrees to it. But I think other people like Bill Spooner, National Development, and McEwen are also players as well.
Correct.
I'm just wondering what would have happened if when Lang Hancock flew over the Pilbara there'd been no iron ore there rather than the mountain, which is what was the largest deposit in the world. There used to be a fashion for comparing Australia with Argentina, which probably doesn't have minerals like we do. Would we have gone down the Argentinian road? Was it the minerals that really made the difference, given the way the economy worked up to about 1960?
Well, if you look at the 1940s and 1950s, you got Menzies having to have stop-go policies because our exports were rural exports, and these were seasonal. So in 1950, great, there's a wool boom and phenomenally prosperous for Australia, but then there's a slump. So the narrow range of Australia's exports is a problem. Many people thought manufactured exports would take off. They do a little bit. There's actually mining that comes in, and mining comes from 1960 as a kind of saviour for the economy. It produces a totally different kind of economy, but one that's not bedeviled by these balance of payments crises. So, Hancock's important, but I think if Hancock hadn't been there, other people would have, as they did, found other deposits, like whaleback in Mount Newman in West Australia.
A question sort of related to that is something I noticed is the timing of the 1957 trade agreement, commerce agreement, obviously signed in 1957, but then you're not getting export licenses for iron ore or the ending of import licenses until sort of 1960, 1961. Was the commerce agreement originally envisaged as something quite different to what it evolved into?
Yeah, I think in 1957, Crawford and McEwen are worried about wool and about retaliation by Japan against wool, particularly, and it's conceived more around Australia's rural exports then. But the Department of Trade is thinking about mineral exports like zinc and lead and other things. Not so much iron ore until later, but coal they're thinking about. And coal is greatly assisted by the Commerce Agreement because bulk shipping is one thing that comes out for coal, comes out of the Commerce Agreement annual discussions.
No further questions. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much.
We now have a paper by Selwyn Cornish, who is the Reserve Bank of Australia's official historian. So this is an institution that's obviously forefront of the news at the moment, and I can say as someone with a young family who's only got a mortgage earlier this year, it's certainly front of mind what the RBA is doing, but also what it was set up to do and the importance of that role. So thank you.
Thanks, Zach. My paper concerns the decision by the Menzies government in April 1957 to separate the commercial and central banking functions of the Commonwealth Bank. This decision led to the passing of legislation in April 1959 to create the Reserve Bank as Australia's central bank. Menzies' involvement in the creation of the Reserve Bank has, in my estimation, been understated by historians of central banking. At first, Menzies opposed separation, but by 1956 he was having second thoughts, and by April 1957 he was convinced that a separate central bank should be established. S.J. Buckland and C.B. Shedman, in their histories of central banking in Australia, scarcely mention Menzies' involvement in the separation of the commercial and central banking functions of the Commonwealth Bank and the creation of the Reserve Bank. Alan Martin only briefly refers to the issue in his two-volume biography of Menzies. Now, decisions to terminate the commercial banking operations of central banks are often regarded as signal events in the evolution of central banking. Charles Goodhart, the leading British authority on the history of central banking, declared that, quote, "It was the metamorphosis from their involvement in commercial banking as a competitive, profit-maximising bank among many, to a non-competitive, non-profit maximising role that marked the true emergence and development of proper central banking." I want to spend a bit of time going over some historical background regarding this issue, because the issue of separating the commercial and central banking functions of the Commonwealth Bank doesn't suddenly arise in the 1950s. It goes right back, actually, to the 1890s. The Reserve Bank Act, passed in April 1959, resolved an issue that had been debated since the Depression in eastern Australia in the 1890s, with the collapse of many banks, particularly in this city, and the loss of savings that had been deposited in banks. There was a desire for the creation of a government-owned bank that would guarantee the security of bank deposits. Such a bank might be a government-owned competitor to the private commercial banks, offering perhaps a deposit guarantee to its customers. An alternative was a central bank, similar to those established in some European countries, of which the Bank of England was the exemplar. Such a bank would act as the lender of last resort to the banking system, with the object of providing stability to the financial system. Yet another possibility was a composite, government-owned commercial bank and central bank. Such a bank might provide a deposit guarantee to its commercial customers while acting as the lender of last resort to the banking system. In other words, a combined commercial bank and central bank. The Commonwealth Bank of Australia was established in 1911 by the Fisher Labor government. And when it was established as a government-owned trading and savings bank, having no central banking functions other than banker to the Commonwealth government. But during the next 4 decades, it acquired an extensive array of central banking functions, It floated loans for the government during and after the First World War. It took responsibility from 1920 for the printing and issuing of currency notes. From 1924, trading banks had to settle their interbank clearances through accounts held at the Commonwealth Bank. During and after the Depression of the 1930s, the Commonwealth Bank managed the exchange rate and began to exert an influence over the determination of interest rates. Additional central banking functions were assigned to the Commonwealth Bank during the Second World War, when a number of direct controls were introduced for the purpose of conducting monetary policy. In other words, the Commonwealth Bank evolved from a government-owned commercial bank into a composite commercial bank and central bank. However, the development of the Commonwealth Bank as a composite, commercial and central bank didn't accord with advice that it received from the Bank of England regarding the principles of true central banking. Lacking experience in operating a central bank, the Commonwealth Bank sought advice in 1926 from the Bank of England. Its governor, Montague Norman, was invited to visit Australia with the object of explaining how the Commonwealth Bank could function as a central bank. He declined the invitation because of a busy work schedule. Instead, he suggested that Sir Ernest Harvey, one of the Bank of England's most senior officers, should go to Australia in his place. In the meantime, Norman provided the Commonwealth Bank with a list of principles of central banking for the Commonwealth Bank to consider. One of the principles, in fact the first principle on Norman's list, was, quote, a central bank should not compete with other banks for general business. Another principle was that, quote, a central bank should be the banker of all other banks in its own country. Well, the Commonwealth Bank was clearly not conforming to these and several other of Norman's principles of central banking. For a start, the Commonwealth Bank was heavily involved in the provision of commercial services, in effect competing against the private trading banks for business. Nor was it acting as a banker's bank. This involved the private trading banks maintaining their reserves at the Commonwealth Bank, which could be then drawn upon by the central bank for the purpose of shoring up commercial banks experiencing runs on their deposits. Harvey arrived in Australia in 1927 and spent much of his time discussing with the government, including the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, senior staff of the Commonwealth Bank, private bankers, business leaders and state officials, how the Commonwealth Bank could function as a central bank. In an address to the Victorian branch of the Economic Society of Australia in April 1927, he asserted, quote, that the first object to which a central bank's efforts should be directed is not the making of profits, but service to the country. It should refrain from doing any business capable of involving it in liabilities which may restrict its freedom of action in the discharge of its true central banking functions. He agreed with Norman that, quote, a central bank should not ordinarily compete with the trading banks for general banking business. And he insisted that, quote, the trading banks' reserves should stand to their credit on accounts opened by them with the central bank. After Harvey left Australia, the Commonwealth Bank engaged in negotiations with the private trading banks. A topic of conversation was that the trading banks should maintain their reserves with the Commonwealth Bank as the central bank. But the banks refused, arguing that the Commonwealth Bank, being their major competitor, could not be trusted with their reserves. It was likely, the banks contended, that the Commonwealth Bank would use the reserves to compete against them. In an attempt to induce the banks to change their minds, they were assured that the Commonwealth Bank would not compete aggressively against them. And furthermore, the Commonwealth Savings Bank would be provided with its own statutory authority, thereby allowing a degree of separation between it and the central banking activities of the Commonwealth Bank. But again, the banks rejected the idea on the grounds that the Commonwealth Bank was not only the central bank but also a commercial bank in competition with them for business. To leave their reserves with the Commonwealth Bank, they argued, would give it a competitive advantage. In 1929, the Labor Party, led by James Scullin, won the federal election. And in May 1930, the Treasurer, E.G. Theodore, introduced a bill into the Parliament to establish a separate central bank to be called the Central Reserve Bank of Australia. The commercial functions of the Commonwealth Bank would remain with the Commonwealth Bank, which would revert to being a government-owned commercial bank. Theodore stressed that the principal object in creating a separate Central Reserve Bank was that the private banks would not agree to keep their reserves with the Commonwealth Bank because it was a competitor of the private banks. In the event, the proposed legislation to create the Central Reserve Bank of Australia as a separate central bank was passed the lower house of the federal parliament, where the government commanded a majority, but it failed to pass the Senate, which was dominated by the opposition parties. Following the 1934 federal election, the coalition government, led by Joseph Lyons, established a Royal Commission to report on the monetary and banking systems at present in operation in Australia. It strongly supported the further development of central banking in Australia, and it strongly supported the retention of the composite nature of the Commonwealth Bank, arguing that the commercial functions of the Commonwealth Bank assisted its central banking operations. By adjusting interest rates on its commercial deposits and loans, the Royal Commission asserted that the Commonwealth Bank could influence monetary conditions and ultimately the level of economic activity. It concluded that, and I quote, "The present structure of the Commonwealth Bank, consisting as it does of a central bank with trading bank powers and a savings bank, is, in our opinion, essential to the efficient exercise of its functions as a central bank." While it conceded that, quote, "it is unusual for a central bank to carry on trading bank activities and to control a savings bank, we consider it essential that the Commonwealth should do both. Through its trading bank activities, it possesses powers of competing with the trading banks which can be exercised as and when required. We are of the opinion that the use of its trading bank activities as an adjunct to central banking policy is in keeping with its central bank functions and is to be approved." After the release of the Royal Commission's report, the government engaged in consultations with the private banks to try and get them to leave their reserves on deposit at the Commonwealth Bank. But again, the banks refused, on the grounds that the Commonwealth Bank was not only the central bank, but their major competitors. When the ALP came to office in October 1941, it didn't bother to seek the approval of the private banks to maintain their reserves at the Commonwealth Bank. Instead, it invoked the special wartime provisions of the Australian Constitution to force the banks to lodge up to 100% of the increase in their assets in special accounts held at the Commonwealth Bank. This and other direct controls, including interest rate controls on bank deposits and loans, and controls limiting bank lending, were continued after the war through the 1945 Commonwealth Bank Act and the 1945 Banking Act. Following the war, the trading bank activity of the Commonwealth Bank experienced a significant rise in its share of total bank deposits and advances. In fact, within 12 years to 1959, the Commonwealth Bank almost doubled its share of total trading bank deposits. The private banks responded by claiming that this expansion was due to the Commonwealth Bank not being subjected to many of the direct controls imposed on the private banks for monetary policy purposes. The special accounts procedure in particular, but also interest rate, lending and liquidity controls. As a result of the seemingly favourable situation enjoyed by the Commonwealth Bank, the private banks began to agitate for the separation of the commercial and central banking functions of the Commonwealth Bank, enlisting the support of the various bank officers associations, chambers of commerce, the press and Liberal Party backbench members of the Federal Parliament. The Commonwealth Bank, led by its Governor, Dr. H.C. Coombs, strongly resisted calls for separation, arguing that the commercial operations of the Commonwealth Bank strengthened its central banking responsibilities, quoting the 1930s Royal Commission to support his case. As the calls for separation grew louder through the early 1950s, Coombs advised the government that the commercial activities of the Commonwealth Bank could be separated from the central banking functions without the total separation of the bank's commercial and central banking functions. The trading bank function, for example, could be provided with its own body corporate and general manager, with the Commonwealth Bank retaining its single board of directors and common staffing arrangements. The Prime Minister supported Coombs, and so did the Deputy Prime Minister and Treasurer, Sir Arthur Fadden, the leader of the Country Party. In 1953, the Commonwealth Bank Act was amended along the lines that Coombs had recommended. The name of the trading bank function of the Commonwealth Bank was changed from the General Banking Division to the Commonwealth Trading Bank, and was given a separate statutory authority, a similar arrangement to that provided in 1928 for the savings bank activities of the Commonwealth Bank, which had been renamed the Commonwealth Savings Bank. Steps were also taken to ensure that the Commonwealth Bank was subjected to the same direct controls as the private trading banks, including the special accounts procedure. With these developments, it was argued that the private banks could no longer legitimately claim that they were being subjected to unfair competition by the Commonwealth Bank. However, the compromise worked out in 1953 soon came under renewed attack by the advocates of separation, especially by the private trading banks, aided and abetted by the Fairfax press, particularly the Sydney Morning Herald, and an increasing number of Liberal Party backbench members of Parliament holding seats in and around Sydney. Coombs, on the other hand, was adamant that the Commonwealth Trading Bank was not competing unfairly against the private banks, pointing out that the Commonwealth Trading Bank was now subjected to the same set of direct controls as the private banks, and that the special accounts procedure had been modified to ameliorate the concerns of the banks. Menzies, by the end of 1956, was beginning to think that the demands for separation had reached a point where serious consideration had to be given to the complete separation of the commercial and central banking functions of the Commonwealth Bank. In February 1957, he met with the heads of the private banks, the leadership of the Commonwealth Bank and senior Treasury officials to review the grounds for separation. In early April 1957, Fadden informed Coombs that it was now almost certain that separation would be endorsed by the government. While Menzies, according to Fadden, agreed that, and I'm quoting Fadden, agreed that it would be in the best interests of all concerned that there should be no new banking legislation, he was certain that it was not practicable to have this view accepted by the Cabinet or the Liberal and Country parties, and that for him, the Prime Minister, to express this view publicly or in a way which would become public would split the Liberal Party and irreparably damage the government. Fadden added that the Prime Minister, was convinced that, and I'm quoting Fadden again, that the Prime Minister was convinced that unless there was a separate board for the Commonwealth Bank and Trading Bank, the advocates for separation would not believe that effective action was being taken and that the issue would remain a source of dissension. At a Cabinet meeting on the 3rd of April 1957, there had been general, though not unanimous, support for separation. It was agreed, however, that the Prime Minister should make the final decision. At a subsequent Cabinet meeting on the 9th of April, the decision was taken to proceed with separation. And the following day, Menzies issued a press statement outlining the government's proposals, including the creation of a separate central bank. The legislation to create the Reserve Bank was introduced into the Parliament in late 1957 by the Treasurer, Sir Arthur Fadden. It passed through the House of Representatives without great drama, although the ALP opposed all 14 separation bills, largely on the grounds that separation would weaken the Commonwealth Bank. But the coalition parties lacked a majority in the Senate. This became clear when the two Democratic Labor Party senators and the single Queensland Labor Party senator announced that they would be voting with the ALP to oppose separation. This meant that the government and the combined opposition in the Senate, the ALP, the DLP and the QLP, now commanded an equal number of votes, the government and the combined opposition. And of course, a tied vote meant a negative outcome, and the legislation failed to pass the Senate in late 1957 and again in early 1958. The government could have sought a double dissolution of the Parliament, but a general election was due by the end of 1958, and it was decided to wait until the election at the end of the year. The election held in December 1958 resulted in majorities for the government in both houses of Parliament, a stunning victory for the coalition parties. Fadden chose not to contest the 1958 election, to retire at that point, and was replaced as Treasurer by Harold Holt, who introduced the banking bills that had been presented to Parliament in 1957 and again in 1958, and the bills were approved by both Houses of Parliament in April 1959. But because of the amount of administrative work that still had to be undertaken, including the division of staff and physical assets between the Reserve Bank and the Commonwealth Banking Corporation, it was not until the beginning of 1960 that the separate institutions began operations. The Reserve Bank opened for business on the 14th of January 1960. Now, assessments of the outcome of separation were largely positive. S.J. Butlin later wrote that, quote, "The Reserve Bank modified and improved its techniques and its use of them, free of recurrent embroilment in fights over its existence, structure and role." C.B. Shevin concluded that the beneficial effects of separation exceeded expectations. Almost immediately, banking disappeared from the political agenda. Even the Labor Party soon came to accept that separation had not diminished the central bank's power and that no benefit could be derived from reintegration. As for Coombs, he admitted that, and I'm quoting from his autobiography, "The change brought me relief from the problems of reconciling different, if not conflicting, purposes. It meant that a source of irritation between me and my colleagues on the one hand and our banking clientele on the other was removed. And to be truthful, its removal was followed by a significant improvement in our working relationships with the private banks. I was able to devote my whole energies to central banking issues." Well, to conclude very briefly, several forces were responsible for the separation of the commercial and central banking functions of the Commonwealth Bank. The private trading banks were relentless in their determination to see the separation of the Commonwealth Bank's commercial and central banking functions, arguing that they were experiencing unfair competition because their major competitor, the Commonwealth Trading Bank, was part of the same institution as the nation's central bank. The leading newspapers, especially the Sydney Morning Herald, supported the trading banks and their case for separation. Several backbench members of the Liberal Party, particularly those with electorates in and around Sydney, were also influential advocates of separation. The Bank of New South Wales was a heavy promoter of the criticism of the combined central banking and commercial banking functions of the Commonwealth Bank. Menzies' role in the government's decision to support separation was crucial. No doubt he was conscious of the growing support for separation from traditional supporters of the Liberal Party, including the private banks and the metropolitan press. There was also the strong and increasing support from backbench members of the Liberal Party, and Menzies was not prepared to allow them to destabilise the government. Above all, it was Menzies' political acumen that led him in the end to support separation and the creation of the Reserve Bank as a standalone central bank. In a broader sense, it seems that Menzies believed that history was determined principally by the ideas and actions of individual men and women. He dismissed, for example, Marx's economical materialistic interpretation of history. Writing to the Oxford historian A.L. Rouse in August 1958, Menzies revealed that he had, and I'm quoting Menzies' letter to Rouse, he had, quote, long since come to the conclusion that Diogenes was right and that at all stages and under all circumstances we must look for a man. Cameron Hazelhurst, in his biographical study of Menzies, declared that, and I quote, as long ago as 1934, Sir Robert himself wrote approvingly of what he called a new historical method, which would, quote, bring the great men and women of earlier days so near to us that while their heroic proportions may be occasionally diminished, their actual existence becomes credible and significant. In the case of the separation of the commercial and central banking functions of the Commonwealth Bank that happened at the turn of the 1950s, and hence the responsibility for creating the Reserve Bank of Australia, the man, it would appear, was Menzies himself. At least that's my interpretation.
Thanks, Owen. Yeah, Jeff?
Thank you, Professor, for a very clear description of history, but I was wondering where the bank nationalisation, the attempt by the Chifley Labor government to nationalise the private trading banks fits in. Was that because they were, one of the reasons that they were arguing that the functions should be separated, or where does it fit into the history?
So my hearing is
Jeff was
just the end bit. Yes.
Jeff was just asking where does the bank nationalisation issue fit in? Did that contribute to the antipathy between the Commonwealth Bank and the private?
Well, I think that's a good question. I think that the victory of the private banks over the nationalisation case, I think, gave them added support to fight their case. They had fought the nationalisation case very powerfully and very strongly. They won it, and they were, on the, in a confident mode, as it were. I think too that Menzies, of course, understood that it was if you like, the victory of the private banks, that was an important source of his victory in 1949, and that he owed something to the private banks. I think one of the reasons a couple of reasons why to begin with, he supported Coombs and retaining the composite nature of the Commonwealth Bank was that Menzies himself was never very interested in economic issues, banking issues, and in fact he had a bit of a problem with banks, according to some of the biographies. The other thing is that this struck me as quite remarkable, given Coombs's seemingly support for the Labor Party, that Menzies and Coombs had a very close relationship. You should read the letter that Menzies sent to Coombs on Coombs's retirement. Coombs reproduces the letter in full in his autobiography, and it is such a warm letter. Menzies starts the letter by saying, look, many of my colleagues wanted me to get rid of you when we won in 1949, but I said to them, no, let's give him a chance. Let's see if he's loyal. If he's loyal and he supports us, supports our policies and so on, we will keep him on. And Menzies wrote to Coombs saying that it was not only our relationship as Prime Minister and Governor of the Central Bank that I want to thank you for the support you gave me, but it was our personal relationship through those years that I'm most proud of, satisfied with, and so on. It is a fantastic letter, and I think it says a lot about Menzies. It says a lot about Coombs, but it says a lot about Menzies, I think, and his attitude that, okay, a lot of people who supported Chipley, public servants and so on, he kept on, giving them a chance to show themselves as loyal public servants. And many of them did show that loyalty and became major figures in his government, in his administrations.
Any other questions? That was the first paper to actually go over time, so we don't have that much.
I thought I was right on
time for Q&A, because we've got Georgina's going to introduce our speech competition winner. Yeah, you're a minute under, but sure.
Anyway, thanks.
Thanks.
I obviously struck the fear of God into the speakers, Zach, because they've all been very obedient in following the 20-minute rule. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you the winner of this year's high school speech competition. But I did want to just firstly talk about how important this program is for the Robert Menzies Institute and a broader ambition to really get young people to engage with Australian history and really give them much more context into what is going on in our world today, in Australia today, and they will be the leaders in the next 20 years, and if they have a good grounding in where our country has come from, we can only hope that they will look after it for us in the future decades. For those of you who might have been at our gala dinner last month, you'll have heard me say this, that of the 90,000 students here in Victoria who are undertaking VCE, only 500 took the subject Australian history, which is under 1% clearly if you do your maths. So I really do think the Robert Menzies Institute has its work cut out for it in the years ahead to see those numbers lift. We work very closely with the History Teachers Association of Victoria in developing our schools program. Through a collaboration with HTAV, we have developed some curriculum materials for teachers to use in teaching Menzies-related history. We are also offering workshops, and Zach delivers a brilliant workshop on all manner of Menzies-related topics to teachers. We offer tours to school students in our beautiful museum and incursions. For those of you not familiar, that's where you go into the classroom rather than get them to come here. Much easier for teachers to organise. We offer those opportunities as well as broader opportunities for Victorian history students. But the challenge is for the next year and beyond to expand this nationally, and that's something that we are really, really keen to do. The idea behind a speech competition for high school students came about through discussions with teachers and HTAV to identify a way we could engage students, high school students, in a unique way. There are lots of essay competitions, but when it comes to speech competitions, outside of debating, there wasn't much on offer. So we saw a unique opportunity to engage with students in this way. But also, of course, the link with Robert Menzies. He was known for his oratorical skills. And I think Paul Kelly mentioned this in his speech. He was able to communicate uniquely well his political ideas and messages. And so we thought this was a wonderful opportunity to encourage students to engage with Menzies history, but also hone their public speaking skills at the same time. Robert Menzies said that one should aim at a simple, clear speech, and if you aim at that and achieve it, you will find that this will make a very great difference right through your lives. I think that is absolutely right. He was adept at that art of persuasion, clearly winning 8 elections. This year's speech competition had a focus on the ANZUS Alliance, and we asked students to submit speeches of 5 to 7 minutes on the topic, Even Great Powers Need Small Friends. I am very pleased to announce that this year's winner is Vasish Dasreddy, a Year 10 student at Melbourne High School. He impressed the judges, of which I was one, with his speech-making skills and his incredibly well-argued and researched speech. He delivered it passionately and was a clear winner in our view. I'd like to ask Vasish to come to the stage now to receive his prize, but also to deliver his speech to you. And I'd also like to acknowledge his parents here, Vina and Ray, and teachers supporters too. Here's the prize. I'll leave them there for you. I'll move them.
So, picture this. The world teetering on the edge of a new era. A time when the traditional map of power was being redrawn, and nations both large and small were seeking their places within it. But amidst the giants of the globe, Australia, a nation not so large, yet brimming with spirit and resolve, reached out to join hands with 2 other nations, the United States and New Zealand, creating what we now know as the ANZUS Alliance. And the architect of this founding treaty was none other than Australia's longest-serving Prime Minister, Sir Robert Menzies. He understood with uncanny foresight that alliances are not just a matter of convenience, but of survival and strength in a complex world, encapsulated by the perspective that Australia cannot afford to be a passenger in a car driven by others. Such is the profound truth that resonates deeply with the theme that we're examining today. It highlights the importance of active engagement, autonomy, and the recognition that even smaller nations can make substantial contributions to the aspirations and interests of a greater power, while also maintaining their individuality as a nation and a cultural cohort. So, throughout his leadership, Menzies tirelessly championed Australia's involvement in actively participating in global affairs and shaping its own destiny, because he firmly believed that our country, despite its geographical distance and population size, should never settle for a passive role in international relations, which leads us back to the ANZUS alliance. Recognising the need for Australia to forge a treaty that would safeguard its security and amplify its influence, he spearheaded the negotiations that led to the signing of this historic agreement in 1951. But what really is this ANZUS alliance? The treaty uniting Australia, the United States and New Zealand, as mentioned, is a means for sustainable and effective communication between the parties. It's contributed significantly to peace, stability and democracy in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, Australia's participation in the United Nations-sanctioned coalition during the Gulf War in 1990 to 1991 proves said benefits of the ANZUS alliance. Because in response to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, Australia, alongside the United States and other coalition party members, joined the operation to help liberate Kuwait by providing resources and 1,800 troops, clearly depicting Australia's ability to give back while also maintaining a secure and safe space for its own people. Furthermore, Menzies understood that the strength of a great power lies not only in its military might, but in its ability to foster diplomatic relationships and build networks of trust. He recognized that alliances such as the ANZUS Treaty and so forth provide a platform for nations to come together, exchange ideas, and address common challenges. So the ANZUS alliance, with its commitment to peace, security, and democratic values, has been a cornerstone of Australia's foreign policy for over 7 decades. It's allowed Australia to forge deep bonds of friendship with the United States and New Zealand, creating a network of support and cooperation that extends even beyond the realm of defence. Because Menzies' involvement in the treaty highlighted his astute understanding of the global power dynamics of the time. The Cold War was unfolding, and Australia was facing an increasingly complex geopolitical landscape. But by aligning with like-minded nations, Menzies sought to strengthen Australia's position on the international stage and ensure its security in a rapidly changing world. Also, Menzies' foresight in understanding the value of small friends has proven to be timeless, because in an interconnected world where no nation can afford to go it alone or face challenges alone, the significance of alliances and partnerships cannot be overstated. They provide avenues, as I said, for shared resources, intelligence sharing, and collective problem solving, ultimately fostering greater peace, prosperity, and democratic values. So importantly, the ANZUS alliance is not just a relic of the past. It remains a vital force in promoting regional stability and addressing contemporary challenges. From combating terrorism to addressing climate change and promoting human rights, the alliance has adapted to new global realities and continues to play a vital role in shaping the future. So as we reflect on Menzies' legacy and the importance of smaller friends in the context of a great power, we too must recognise the significance of alliances and partnerships in today's complex global landscape. Because we too, by working together, can share resources, intelligence, and engage in collective problem solving to foster our own greater peace and prosperity. The alliance has shown its enduring relevance and its crucial role in shaping the future. But it is through our continued commitment to this alliance that we can continue to overcome the challenges that lie ahead and build a safer, more sustainable, and effective Australia. So let us therefore stand shoulder to shoulder, united, reflecting on the pillar of Australian history that is Sir Robert Menzies, along with his will to propel Australia towards a future of not just collaborative success, but success as a nation small, yet willing and powerful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vasish. As you can see, it was very easy to select Vasish as the winner of this year's speech competition. And I mean, look, if that's the future, then I think we're in good hands. And And if you do know any high school students in your orbits, if they're interested in public speaking and history, I do encourage you to point them in the direction of our speech competition for next year. I think there's flyers over there. Will can point you to them. And the topic will relate to immigration. So it should be a very interesting one, particularly apt given contemporary debates. We are now going to break for lunch, which is served over there, and we will reconvene for session 3 at 2 p.m, I think it is, Zach, on the dot. So thank you.
We can do it. I've got a lot of you guys on stage. I mean, it'll be a nice...
Oh, great.
If you point it straight ahead
Yes.
and go right, next slide, that's the start of your one. And then say you go to the next one and then you go, oh no, I made a mistake, just go back, but you just point it straight
Lovely.
ahead.
Can I just try it?
Go for it.
So right is where we are now.
Yep.
And it just keeps going forward.
Yep.
And we just keep going back.
Yep. And that's that.
Simple as that, Nina.
Simple as that.
Excellent. Brilliant.
So I'll put it for the meantime to get everyone psyched up with your picture there.
Yeah, lovely.
For the next session. But yeah,
And I'm
you're
just
ready-
I'm going to use some of this and some of this and some of this. But when I finish, I'm just going to stick it under there. I think that'll be right. And it'll be good.
Perfect.
Perfect, Nina. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Passing Lucy after the loving. Tell me quando, quando, quando. Tell me when will you be mine?
All right, we're going to start session 3. I hope you all had a good lunch. If you could find a seat, please. Thank you. I'll just let them have their photo. So we'll get started. So this session covers a couple of the forgotten policy innovations of the era. Starting with immigration, Menzies generally is just seen as continuing the major post-war immigration program introduced by the Chifley government, but not only had Menzies advocated for that change in 1942-43 before it was adopted, but as you will see in Paul Brown's paper, it wasn't pure continuity as far as what the Menzies government did in the area of immigration. With Chifley, there were actually some important changes that went on. Dr. Paul Brown is, like myself, a former PhD student of Greg Malouche, and his PhD actually covered the intellectual influences of Alexander Downer. So I knew at some point, working for Georgina, I would have to have him at one of these conferences. So it's great to have him here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zach. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Menzies family, and former High Commissioner, George Brandis. Good to see you. Thank you. This quote I'm going to put up on the board. I would ask you just to read it and just think about it for a minute. Ask yourself the question, maybe who said this, because it's critical to my talk today. What's probably counterintuitive about the immigration program of the Menzies government, particularly under Alec Downer, who was immigration minister in the late 1950s, is that there was a lot of opposition to change to improve the White Australia policy, to humanise it, to remove the dictation test in 1958. And to understand it, there's sort of two fundamental historical assumptions, what Dennis Needham calls assumptions felt as facts. I love this phrase, assumptions felt as facts of the time. It's a bit like presentism now. Presentism says, well, everything that is now is what it was then. So you will just judge people by today's values of progressive values of identity politics. Back in the 50s, when it was a largely Anglo population, rightly or wrongly, that was the reality. And we have to deal with that. Historians have to deal with that. Not make moral judgments about the past, but understand what was the context and what were the reasons for that. And two of the most important concepts were Britishness, or British race patriotism, what Deakin called being independent Australian Britons. I mean, George wrote about that once. Being independent Australian Britons. In other words, how do we be British as Australians? What W.K. Hancock called being in love with two soils. Beautiful phrase. Being in love with two soils. And this was the way for many Australians. And to understand immigration, we need to understand some of these assumptions felt as facts. The second part of it is understanding within the context of the Downers, and I was fortunate enough to do my doctorate on the Downer family and their influence upon Alexander Downer. As you know, John Downer, twice Premier of South Australia, Alec Downer, Minister of Immigration 58 to 63, and High Commissioner for Australia to England, followed by his son, he was in 64 to 72. But the family credo was really one of nation building, and it was conceived through larger immigration and through international relations. So all the Downers were committed to this, and still are, Georgina, in your electoral speech. So this is the way ahead for a family credo. One of the few family dynasties, I hate to use the word dynasty in Australia, but what's another one? The Anthonys, but there aren't many. So it's great to see these values, and I'm indebted to Dr. David Kemp for bringing this to my attention, the power of credos in giving mores and values behind policy. Because this is a clue to understanding policy. David said to me recently, Paul, it's not right to think about Menzies as a philosophy, but more to understand the credos behind the policy. I think that's a very insightful comment. So Alec Downer's career began as Minister of Immigration in that period, 1958, and he pursued broadening sources of Australian immigration, given he had a strong commitment to the White Australia policy. But these changes were to be given expression incrementally. And the assertion that Alec Downer made changes to the policy needs to be evaluated against the backdrop of the Migration Act, which he sought to reform. He didn't want to remove the White Australia policy, but he wanted to get rid of the archaic mechanism of the dictation test, which said that unless you were able to speak English, basically, you couldn't come into the country, which is morally repugnant, I think, even today. So he said, we can't have this. We must remove this archaic mechanism. Evatt said at the time, we must keep it in reserve. And I'll show you a quote. So this quote here, which we're looking at here, is by Leslie Halen, who worked with Chifley. In 1946, he went to Norway because they wanted blondes first. There's an academic article called Chifley Preferred Blondes. I think that's a great title for an article. But basically, wanted Norwegians, Northern Europeans. We couldn't get them, so we had the Southern Europeans come. But this statement here shows the reversal of the Labor Party. This is like Leslie Halen saying that British migrants are preferable at all times. And I will argue briefly today, we don't have a lot of time, that the main opposition to Alec Downer's strengthening of the White Australia policy came from the Labor Party. It dropped its 1947 commitment to Southern European immigration at the 1958 conference and said we will no longer support Southern European immigration. We must go back to, this quote here, more British migrants, because they follow the British way of life and they understand Australian life. No, I didn't know that till I started researching it. Why aren't we told these things? Why aren't we told that the Labor Party dropped what Chifley had made famous for the Labor Party, that is to broaden beyond the British migrant source to Southern Europeans and provide alternative sources for the growth of Australia to build a big nation. Now also, within the Act, Alec Downer sought to change a lot of the anomalies, such as what is known now as the Immigration Act. If you were an Australian Aborigine in 1958, you could not leave the country without the permission of the government. Consider that for a moment. If you're an Indigenous person, you could not leave the country without the permission of the government. And Downer abolished that. What do you call that? I don't know. It's a progressive conservatism, or is it a change being studied to being authorised by the community? Because what's so paramount in understanding, I believe, Menzies and Downer and change in this period, this long period of government, is they would not make changes until they were authorised by the community elections, which is the model for Burkean conservatism, which is the model for sustained success of the Menzies government, because he didn't move ahead like with them too far ahead of where people were. And you make changes incrementally. So what you do is you make reforms, and the reforms that were made in areas, and those present will know how this works, by allowing Asian immigrants to come into the country through ministerial discretion. Now, there were several conservatives, including Billy Snedden, who said we don't want just ministerial discretion. If we're going to have qualified Asian people coming into the country, such as doctors and others, we need to put this into policy. We need to make this clear. But they wouldn't do it. Neither party would do it. Because, and this is the other side to this, both Menzies and Downer were committed to the White Australia policy. Everyone was. It was only the intellectuals and certain immigrant groups within the radical left elites of probably universities like this that were not going to go along with the White Australia policy. So how do you change things? You do it incrementally. You introduce small things, and then when the change comes, such as when Harold Holt in 1966 allowed non-Europeans in for the first time, sort of made sense because it had been gradually being introduced, small changes, incrementalism. Incrementalism is authorisation and inevitably builds a stronger policy. Also, there were provisions within the Migration Act that Downer removed, such as if you were suspiciously given a title of someone that should be removed, a bit like today, you were put in prison, you were incarcerated. Now, Downer had spent 5 years in a Changi prisoner of war camp. He said, we're not having this. So he made detention centres the way to do it, got rid of prisons. Humanised. This is all humanising the policy, legitimising the policy. And it's probably, in talking about Alec Downer, Georgina, it's probably a regretful thing to say that those years didn't help him in his service to Australia. He died a relatively young man in 1981, giving service to his country in Changi would have taken everything out of him. When he returned as from British High Commissioner from 64 to 72, and I do find this a funny phrase because we could talk about this in another paper, Zach, about the fall of empire and the collapse of the Menzies relationship with England in the 60s, was that the Conservatives called Alec, because he was so much in love with two soils, a violent Anglophile. He was described as a violent Anglo because he loved the country so much. He was more conservative than the Conservatives. And that happened with a lot of Australians. A lot of Australians just could not see the end of empire. Alexander Downer describes him as a son of empire. So all these different legislation acts that we see moving forward help to change a lot, if I can read my own quotes, of the reaction. Even the Murdoch press. Now, the Murdoch press in the 60s was actually pro-introduction of Asian immigration. Murdoch changed, a bit like the Democrats and the Republicans in the 30s in the United States, from being a progressive to a conservative. Now, this quote here from Down himself, in 1963, a section of the press fanned a campaign for an annual quote of Asian people. Newspapers such as the Melbourne Herald and those controlled by Rupert Murdoch constantly criticised my refresh with strong cabinet concurrence to countenance such a dreadful expedient. In other words, I'm not going to allow Asians into the country. So this is a very complex issue. Migration Act of 1958 reforms to strengthen it. This is my argument. Both Menzies and Downer were reforming to strengthen the policy because they felt that Australia had become under ridicule internationally, and they wanted to improve the appearance of the policy to make it more humane and to make it more acceptable. This is complex. Did they want to get rid of it? No, they didn't. There was such a bipartisan commitment that even at the time they had different officials, such as Secretary Hayes was very concerned that all these changes would produce outbursts of criticism. Gwenda Tavern argues that the strength of Downer was to make these issues more public, however, that he brought them out into the open to discuss. What was done previously by ministerial discretion surreptitiously to someone no one knew. There were Asian doctors coming into the countries in the 50s. There were Asians entering, but it was never, ever discussed because the people such as Secretary Hayes of the Immigration Department regarded it as so politically damaging that they would not tell the public what was actually going on. In fact, Downer in the bill in 1958 says this: the purpose of the bill is to consolidate and amend Australia's immigration statutes. It has nothing to do with government's current immigration policy. Its primary concern is with the mechanism, that is the administration by which national policy is implemented. In other words, we're not changing things, we are humanising the process. Now, the reaction to all this was very difficult for people within the Labor Party. I want to go to a quote here. Firstly, with the abolition of the dictation test, the main opposition to doing it was from Labor. And I think this morning I heard Anne talking about Evatt and how he was regarded, and there's someone else, I think our economist friend, talking about he was seen as self-assertive, looking after his own future, not interested really in the Labor Party. You would have thought that Labor would have supported the abolition of the dictation test. This is a direct quote from Hansard, which I dug out. It took me years to dig it out, but I found it, and there it is. There is a quote from Evatt: "We must keep the dictation test in reserve." Really? We must keep the dictation test in reserve. In other words, if we find someone we don't like, we're going to exercise it on you. You won't be able to stay here because if you can't pass the test and speak English, you're out. This is Labor. This is not progressive Labor, because old Labor, of course, is concerned with the economic battle about conditions and wages. It's not concerned about the woke agenda we see today. They're two different Labor parties. But this is quite a problem, and it's counterintuitive to understanding the struggle that Alec Downer had in getting his legislation through. Because what happened was that Southern European immigration was being rejected by the Labor Party in 1958 and wanted to return to the previous situation. This is Clyde Cameron. Read this quote. Clyde Cameron, I'll let you read it because it's a bit hard from where I'm sitting. But he said that we are no more are going to allow anybody who's not British than the Poles would allow people who weren't Poles. Clyde Cameron. So this is the British way of life, is the way of life we must have in Australia. We don't want any exceptions to this. He said we don't want polka dancing Central Europeans here. This is Labor, 1948, the opposition. Have you heard it before? When I wrote this, a leading Labor professor said to me, I've never heard it before. He's probably the premier Labor historian in the country. You wonder why we don't hear these things. Well, who's writing the history? Who's winning the culture wars? Who's writing our cultural civilization? Are our children reading this in schools today, like we heard that brilliant fellow this morning? These are very important matters. They're critical to understanding our heritage and why people stand for a different way. But that quote from Cameron, all we do is ask that it should be implemented. The British way of life in its entirety, and on other occasions appeal to the minister to ensure that migrants would be allowed into the country who were ignorant of what comprises the British way of life. So this is Britishness. Britishness knew no political party. As my supervisor, Professor Greg Mellish, taught me very early, Paul, Britishness is on both sides of the fence, and it's a very powerful force within policy. So, to sum up, the reactions to the policy, to the Migration Act, to reform, to change, to improve, were very difficult for Alec Dowden. The bill was passed. He received criticisms, but later, when he wrote his reflections before his death in 1981, he said, "I'm proud of the way that I've grown a greater Australia. Nation building is in my family's blood, and it will remain the purpose of my administration." Thank you very much. Any questions on that?
I'll start off then. Oh, there we go.
I'm coming, sorry. It's coming.
A dictation test usually really means that you have to be able to write in English. It's not just comprehension. It seems a bit rough. I can understand people, if they've been asked questions about a preceding chapter or paragraph that's, what did you understand? A lot of them would have been able to find that relatively easy if they had some, basic understanding of English. But a written test is quite different.
That's right. I mean, today people are being asked who's the Premier of New South Wales, and not there's a comprehension test, right? But that's a very different thing.
Knowledge test, actually.
Knowledge test, but it's different to writing, isn't it?
Particularly dictation.
Yeah.
Because it requires someone to, to really listen and write it down.
It was eliminating all Anglo-Saxons.
A lot of people can't do dictation tests born and bred in Australia today, students. Anyway, it's nothing like the point system which came later, which is much fairer.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, it was, as I mentioned, it was an archaic mechanism. They're the words of Menzies, an archaic mechanism, but the purpose of it, I'm arguing, is not to get rid of the White Australia policy, but to make it more acceptable to the world. Australia was looked down on as basically racist because of that.
Hi. As someone who had a friend who came to Australia from China as a young woman in about 1951 without a dictation test, can you tell me how often it was used? Because I think, if I recall correctly, there were exceptions for people who worked in certain professions, trades. Can you explain that?
Yeah, definitely. So there was a lot of exceptions to this through ministerial discretion, through people involved in medicine and law, or it could add to the society. Cases were made, particularly through Harold Holt, who was Immigration Minister in the early years. Holt was Immigration Minister I think it was Townley before Down, and then it was Holt in about 56. And he introduced a lot, exactly what you said. A lot of people by discretion were not doing the dictation test. Holt was more of a progressive liberal, probably. I don't know how everyone else would see him here. The Menzies family may have a view on that. But when it came to the time of abolishing the rules against any non-European people entering the country, it was Holt that started in 66. Whitlam gets the glory. Whitlam introduced the Racial Discrimination Act in 1975, but that's the last nail in the coffin. The hard work was done by the Liberal Party. I'm arguing this is all hard work. It's incremental breakdown of the policy, and then it's Holt that calls it, and then there's other policies, and then when Whitlam makes his announcement. But who do you think received the kudos for the breakdown of the White Australia policy and the introduction of multiculturalism in Australia? I'll leave that question. Any other questions? Greg. So.
Why was Labor more hostile to immigration than the Libs?
I think it's this commitment to Britishness. That quote from Cameron. They were very pan-British, very in love with the British way of life. It's hard to understand. In 1948, over 80% of Australians in the census said they were of the Christian religion. 88%. So people were pro-Britain, pro-religion. They were pro-empire. Why did people go to war so easily? Would they go today? It's because of this Britishness. It's because of the empire. These are different days. Just quickly, my great-uncle was a boundary rider in Goulburn in 1916. There was the war going on in France. He got on a boat, came down, looking forward to a holiday in Paris in 1916, and he was dead in the mud of Passchendaele in July 1917. Why? Empire. Power of empire.
Well, can I just build on that last question, because we had an earlier paper where the Labor opposition resisted the creation of a reserve bank. And if you look at the Labor opposition during the 1950s, there's probably a good case that it was fairly, to use the word, reactionary. And yet we have this well-known, as you know, this well-known narrative called Party of Progress, Party of Resistance, which actually came out in the it was Henry Mayer, I think, wrote the article in 1956 on this. And yet we have a reality which probably you can find other cases of liberal incrementalism on the part, liberal incrementalism on the part of the liberal incrementalism on the part of the Liberal government, and yet the Labor government, the Labor Party is always seen as being progressive, regardless of periods when actually quite reactionary in the 1950s. So
I think a lot of us here would know that the universities, let's be very clear, our cultural institutions are run from the left. The universities, the schools, the ABC, the Bureau of Meteorology, the CSIRO. Where do you want me to start? Who's writing the history? So the history is Labor make the changes. Because they make the changes in 72 to 75, and the universities and the free Medicare, and even Whitlam once told me his greatest achievement when I interviewed him in 1999 was land rights for Northern Territory people. So it's the changes that Labor do quickly, which are then not always authorised by the community under the Burkean Conservative model, to get the attention. And if you have a progressive cultural elite running the institutions of most Western countries now, you're not going to give credit to incrementalism. It's too boring. That's my view.
Just one point before we hand over to David I wanted to bring up is that can you speak to the irony of the dictation test as something that's brought in essentially to appease the British when it's introduced in 1901, the whole idea is that we don't want to explicitly restrict people coming in by race because it's a cosmopolitan empire and that Britain will be embarrassed by that. So we create this roundabout way of doing it via the dictation test, and then the dictation test is ultimately abolished because we want to improve our image, this time not with Britain but with our Asian neighbours.
Yeah, that's a very good insight about the Immigration Restriction Act of 1901, because it's never called the White Australia Policy. The White Australia Policy is never used. It's always the Immigration Restriction Act. And I just think the answer to that question is that people saw through it. They just saw straight through it after 50 years. This is not right. You know, the answer is we can't have this dictation test, even though it was meant to be not racially based in 1901. It's quite clearly racially based, so we have to get rid of it and use other mechanisms. There's a lot more to the Migration Act. I've only touched on it. There's about 5 or 6 reforms, but given I had the graveyard shift this afternoon, I didn't want to put everybody to sleep.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you. And now we have another conference regular who's been at every conference, is David First Roberts, who is a long-time research fellow with the Menzies Research Centre. He's the author of God and Menzies and has also edited various Menzies books, such as Menzies' The Forgotten Forgotten Speeches. Thank you.
Well, I'll try and make this the baptism shift. Well, it's a great honour to be back here at the Robert Menzies Institute for the 2023 annual conference, and I'd like to thank Zach very much and everyone involved for today. Well, campaigning in Fremantle for the by-election of 1945 for the seat vacated by the recently deceased Prime Minister John Curtin, Menzies declared his new party as standing unhesitatingly for the most ample provision in respect of old age and sickness. This paper will discuss the seminal health and aged care reforms of Menzies' second term as Prime Minister in the period from 1953 to 60. It will cover his government's main legislative achievements on public health, including the National Health Act of 1953, the Aged Persons Homes Act of 1954, and the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme implemented in 1960. When Menzies returned to power in 1949, he desired to chart a new direction in health policy from the preceding Chifley Labor government. Reflecting Liberal principles, such an approach would seek more of a private enterprise answer to the treatment and care of the sick. And private enterprise here meant not only commercial businesses, but also churches, charities, and other voluntary associations. To better appreciate the landmark health reforms of Menzies and his government, it is valuable to just explore the liberal philosophy from which they sprung. With popular thinking tending to see health policy initiatives as more typical of Labor governments, it would be easy to assume that health policy had a social democratic or democratic socialist impulse. Yet the inspiration behind Menzies' initiatives in healthcare were profoundly liberal. The 20th century liberalism of Menzies stressed not only individual self-reliance, but also the care of the poor and the sick. In his William Quayle lecture of 1954, Menzies affirmed that the protection of the poor and the weak and the elimination of the causes of poverty and weakness are undoubtedly the supreme business of politics. One can recognise that without in any way ceasing to insist that the first duty of every man is to stand on his own feet, to form his own judgments and to accept his own responsibilities. Menzies' approach to healthcare of maximising individual initiative and free enterprise, on the one hand, with the provision of ameliorative social welfare measures on the other, accorded with the thinking of key 20th century liberal theorists, such as Friedrich Hayek. In his Road to Serfdom of 1944, Hayek maintained that there is no incompatibility in principle between the state providing greater social security in this way and the preservation of individual freedom. Balancing these two principles, the Menzies government delivered healthcare policies calculated to ameliorate the suffering of the sick and frail aged without compromising the interests of private enterprise and individual initiative. In the delivery of his health policy from 1953 to 1960, Menzies was assisted by two ministers for health, Dr. Earl Page, followed by Dr. Donald Cameron. Born in Grafton in 1880, Earl Page had trained as a doctor at the University of Sydney, opened a private hospital, and worked briefly as a medical surgeon during the First World War. Elected to federal parliament as a member for Calpa in 1919, Page was one of the leading lights of the early Country Party, leading it into coalition with the then Nationalist Party from 1923, and then the United Australia Party until 1939. Following the death of Joe Lyons in April 1939, Page served briefly as Australia's 11th Prime Minister until the UAP elected Robert Menzies as its leader and Prime Minister 3 weeks later. As is widely known, the relationship between Menzies and Page was difficult, yet Menzies in 1949 was magnanimous enough to include Page in his cabinet as Health Minister. In his 6 years in the portfolio, Page was responsible primarily for the passage of the 1953 National Health Act. In January 1956, Donald Cameron succeeded Page as Menzies' second Minister for Health, serving until December 1961. Born in Eastwich, Queensland in 1900, Cameron also trained as a doctor in Sydney and served as a medical officer at the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital during the late 1920s and early 30s. With the outbreak of the Second World War, Cameron served in the Medical Corps of the Australian Army and was awarded an OBE in 1946. Joining Menzies' new Liberal Party, Cameron was elected to the new Queensland seat of Oxley in what was known as the class of 1949. Appointed as Minister for Health by Menzies in 1956, he was responsible for introducing the 1959 National Health Act that finally brought the PBS into being in 1960. So starting with Earl Page as Minister, the first major health reform of the Menzies government was the introduction of the National Health Act in 1953. Just prior to his election in 1949 as Prime Minister, Menzies had expressed his opposition to a nationalised system of healthcare, favoured by the incumbent Labor government and also followed by their Labor counterparts in the United Kingdom under the Prime Ministership of Clement Attlee. Seeking to avoid government monopoly in the provision of healthcare, Menzies called for a common-sense approach entailing the cooperation of the states, of the municipalities, of hospital managements, of friendly societies, and of the medical, dental, pharmaceutical and allied professions. Such an approach would not only seek more of a private enterprise answer to the treatment and care of the sick, but would serve to protect the sanctity of a voluntary doctor-patient relationship. Menzies declared that his government would stand utterly opposed to the socialist idea that medical service should become a salaried government service. Differentiating his government's new approach to healthcare from that of the preceding Chifley government, the Menzies introduced his new legislation to deal with comprehensively certain medical services and medical benefits. Under the National Health Act, these would be based upon contributions made by individuals to a medical benefits fund, conducted by registered medical benefits organisations, supplemented by a Commonwealth benefit, being a benefit payable by the Commonwealth in respect of a professional service rendered to a contributor. According to Menzies, the underlying principle of these provisions was that the individual doctor-patient relationship would be preserved and the disadvantages of a fully nationalised and government-conducted scheme averted. Speaking in support of the legislation, Menzies' parliamentary colleague, Percy Josk,
told the House of Representatives that under the medical benefits scheme of this government, medicine is not socialised. The patient is entitled to choose his or her own doctor, and the doctor is neither a servant of the state nor bound to prescribe in accordance with a formula. Both Menzies and his Minister for Health, Dr. Earl Page, were studious to prevent Australia from going down the post-war British path of a nationalised health service, such as the NHS, that had witnessed a palpable deterioration in the doctor-patient relationship and the general diminution of private medical practice. Thus, Menzies' National Health Act would seek to restore the proper involvement of private enterprise in the ministering of health care and treatment. Now, this reform to general health care was followed by substantial reforms to Australian aged care under the Aged Persons Homes Act of 1954, which gave churches and charities a greater hand in the provision of aged care facilities and services. In this vein, the Act was wholly consistent with Menzies' approach of engaging private enterprise in the delivery of health and aged care. Under the Aged Persons Homes Act, the Commonwealth paid subsidies for the building of aged persons' homes on a pound-for-pound basis to non-profit organisations, particularly religious organisations, or those of which the principal objects or purpose was charitable or benevolent. At one level, the policy was adopted because it was the most effective way of rapidly expanding the provision of aged care accommodation. Most significantly, however, the initiative was deeply rooted in the concept of community philanthropy that Menzies regarded as so integral to social welfare. With churches and private organisations receiving government grants under the legislation, they were able to provide personalised accommodation and services according to the needs of the individual. Introducing the legislation to Parliament, Menzies' Minister for Social Services, William McMahon, who later became Prime Minister, of course, told the House of Representatives that the Commonwealth was anxious to provide leadership, to provide a solution to what is a delicate human problem, the care and companionship of aged people. On the economic side, the legislation would contribute to the capital cost of approved homes for aged people, whilst on the social side, it would enable older persons to live in their surroundings as close as possible to those of normal domestic life. With all the associations we think of when we think of our home, in particular, the companionship of husband and wife would be preserved. A few years after the passage of the Aged Persons Homes Act in 1954, Menzies spoke with great pride of its legacy when he addressed an audience of Wesley Mission in Sydney. And he said, "Why is it that I am so proud of this great matter of homes for aged people? It isn't because they're institutions, it's because they are homes. It's because they set out to reproduce for the individual, not the sense of the institution like the old asylums that one used to walk by as a boy, but a home with friendliness in it, administered with loving kindness, the maintenance of friendships, the sense of personal identity and of individual dignity." For Menzies, it was this characteristic that gave them an individuality and quality which really preserve the human dignity of the people who go into them. Recalling his boyhood years in Ballarat from the early 1900s, Menzies had found himself depressed by the pitiable plight of elderly people that dwelt in institutions with this cold, impersonal and clinical feel to them. With this early experience etched in his memory, Menzies was resolved to help humanise the living conditions of elderly Australians with the Aged Persons Homes Act, designed to give greater resources to non-profit organisations to run aged care facilities. For Menzies, this was not simply an innovation in aged care policy, but one of the great revolutions of our time, where such palpable improvements to the living conditions and dignity of senior Australians signified the progress of human civilisation. Turning to the provision of affordable medicines for all, the Menzies government introduced the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme to make life-saving medicines affordable for ordinary Australians. To be sure, this idea of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme was first proposed by the wartime Curtin Labor government in 1944, which had even introduced legislation to bring the PBS into effect. Vigorous opposition to the scheme from the Australian branch of the British Medical Association and other medical stakeholders, however, resulted in a successful High Court challenge to the PBS, which rendered it unconstitutional. The succeeding Chifley Labor government reintroduced the PBS with a successful carriage of a 1946 referendum, giving it new powers to legislate it without constitutional challenge. The success of this 1946 referendum was made possible by a qualifying clause the government had negotiated with Menzies, then in opposition. With the constitutional obstacle to the PBS removed, the Chifley government's execution of the scheme, however, floundered, as it encountered stiff resistance from the Australian BMA and many doctors. This opposition to the scheme stemmed from a fear that it was seen to be the first stepping stone in the Labor government's objective to socialise medicine and health care. After Labor's defeat in 1949, the suspicions of the medical profession abated, and this created a more congenial climate for Menzies and his government to revive the PBS. The other factor in Menzies' favour was medical and scientific advances in medicine, increasing the popular demand in the 1950s for pharmaceuticals and life-altering medications. With this trend making the case for a national PBS all the more compelling, the Menzies government revisited the scheme and passed the National Health Act of 1959 to resurrect the PBS, which came into effect from 1st of March 1960. Speaking of the rationale behind the new PBS, Menzies Minister for Health, Donald Cameron, told Parliament in 1959 that such initiatives needed to be capable of modification and improvement from time to time as circumstances permit, yet done in a way that is financially responsible and not unduly burdensome to taxpayers. Accordingly, the new PBS included a patient contribution or co-payment of 5 shillings, which would be 50 cents in the new decimal currency back then, for each medicine to ensure that the scheme would be financially sustainable over the longer term. Reflecting the growth of the pharmaceutical industry, the rebirth PBS included a much more expansive list of medicines than that proposed by Earl Page as Health Minister. In addition to the small number of expensive and life-saving drugs, such as penicillin, the sulphur drugs, vaccines, serums, diphtheria, antitoxin and insulin, the PBS covered a broad range of medications available to the general public at the subsidised rate. By capping all medicines at 5 shillings, it gave assurances to all patients of the cost they would incur for their prescriptions. If the medicine was worth less than 5 shillings, it would be charged at a rate to be determined by the individual chemist or pharmacy. To conclude, the health and aged care reforms of the Menzies government balanced social welfare with personal initiative and responsibility. In so doing, they acknowledged a strategic role for government, yet also a critical part to be played by private enterprise in the provision of health and aged care. Vesting individuals with a greater sense of responsibility was the thinking behind the contributory principle, integral to both the National Health Act of 1953 and the relaunched PBS in 1960. As a practical outworking of Menzies' liberal philosophy, Australian health and aged care would make ample provision for the sick and the aged, but with policy mechanisms in place to ensure that such obligations did not fall to the shoulders of government alone, but to the goodwill, initiative and resource of personal individuals and private enterprises. Thank you very much.
I'll start off. You mentioned in passing the saving clause that was inserted into the 1946 Social Services referendum. Can you elaborate on that? Because to me it really does sort of epitomise the philosophical differences between the Labor and Liberal approaches to healthcare. But if I'm not mistaken, it also becomes quite important. There are at least one High Court decision that's later made that overturns some Chifley legislation, and it's specific to that saving clause.
Yes, thank you, Zach. I've forgotten, to be honest, the exact wording of the clause that Menzies proposed be altered, but I do know that its objective was to make the ambit of the legislation's reach more limited, and so it would assure the medical profession and other medical stakeholders that the government would not have powers that were too overweening when it came to legislating healthcare, and it ensured that the scope would be more modest, and it would ensure that such reforms in that direction would be more incremental in nature and less radical and expansive.
Civil conscription, not to impose civil conscription. It's actually coming into play at the moment, isn't it? There's something about health reforms that they can do now. It's still important anyway, so that's what the civil conscription. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Greg.
I think it was back in Australia, the BMA. What was their grounds? Like, what was their argument?
Yeah, thank you, Dean. I think it was because they feared that such a scheme could be a stepping stone to the socialisation of medicine, and they were very much, their political instincts at the time were very much towards private enterprise and towards smaller government, and to a medical profession that would be dedicated to preserving the doctor-patient relationship, and it feared government intrusion into how it operated, and so it was keen to keep its space free, if you like, from government intervention. And so it sort of suspected that the PBS proposed back in the Curtin Chifley days could be an ominous sign of encroaching government power on the health sector, and that was a development they didn't want to see happen.
We've talked about incrementalism quite a lot. It seems to me that one of the reasons has become was because, unlike Britain, we didn't go the whole hog nationalising healthcare and medicine, and it seems that Britain got into a lot of trouble with this nationalised health system. So to what extent would you agree that this was one of the pluses of the Menzies system? I mean, we've come a long way from that. Back at that was one of his. So socialised medicine.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Anne, because it actually came to the fore when during the COVID pandemic, the British NHS, which is highly esteemed in that country, was seen as falling short. And I think part of the reason for that is that the NHS is very much a kind of government one-size-fits-all system of healthcare, which has certain merits in ensuring that everybody is covered by it, but it also means that it is not tailored as well as it could be to the needs of individual patients, and so it's not able to provide the degree of personalised medical care that a more private system can offer, such as we have in Australia. And it was something that John Howard also appreciated during his time as Prime Minister. He sort of saw Australia as a happy medium between, on the one hand, a sort of nationalised system of healthcare in Britain or some of the Scandinavian countries at one end, and then at the other extreme, it avoided the American system of having all private healthcare, which is great for those who can afford it, but unaffordable to a large number of Americans who may not have the financial means to afford essential healthcare. So Australia sort of was in the sweet spot. It had that happy medium between the two extremes of a publicly funded health system through Medicare, but one that was able to provide healthcare to individual patients to quite a high standard and in quite a personalised way as well.
I'll in case this doesn't. Public reaction to these reforms, was there any sense of something that the government was doing that didn't attract a sort of a great deal of public debate in the newspapers and the like?
Yeah, a good question, Georgina. I think most of the sort of a hard public and community opposition happened during the Labor years of Curtin and Chifley. But by the time Menzies came to power, he didn't have so much opposition from the medical sector and from stakeholders in that field. And I think that, as he did with immigration reform, he took an incremental approach and he sort of made changes that reflected broader developments in society. So with the PBS, for example, you had in the 1950s the growing production and distribution of pharmaceutical medications. And those developments in themselves kind of justified in the public consciousness the need for a PBS. And so when it came to Menzies and his Health Minister Cameron legislating the scheme in 1959, there was really not too much community opposition to it at all. So health policy was one of those areas, as far as I know, that attracted little controversy in a policy sense compared to some of his more contentious decisions, especially in defence policy with the Vietnam War and even immigration to some degree. But health policy was generally non-contentious area for Menzies and his policy reforms.
Well, Stephen Wilkes might be able to speak to the fact that the BMA fundamentally trusted Earl Page, because Stephen wrote a biography of Earl Page. And it is really worth emphasising how controversial health policy had been in the Chifley government. That's why that saving clause over civil conscription was introduced, was explicitly because the BMA and the medical profession more broadly thought that they might be conscripted, forced to join a government-only, sort of monopolistic national healthcare system. So it was an incredibly controversial thing in the late 40s that really played into that whole wider debate about socialism. It also ties into sort of bank nationalisation, the attempt to create a single government-run airline monopoly. It was really essential to that debate over socialism in the late 1940s. But Menzies was able to move past that, and ultimately people trusted him. The doctors trusted him because he was a sort of conservative liberal figure, and at the time the medical establishment was conservative and liberal predominantly. Thank you, David. That was a great paper. We'll now break for an afternoon tea, and then we've got one more session for the day.
Thank you, Zach.
Okay, time to take your seats. Okay, so our last session for the day, session 4, covers two pretty contrasting episodes in sort of international relations during this period of the Menzies government. And we've got a real expert to cover Suez because Dr. Bob Bowker is the author of Australia, Menzies and Suez, Australian Policy Making on the Middle East before, during and after the Suez crisis. He also co-edited the official documents that were published on the Suez crisis, and he has various other biographical information in the speaker bio, but it's all out of date because he's just handed me a napkin with a new posting that he's been given overnight. So he is now honorary professorial fellow at the Centre for Arab and Islamic Studies at the ANU. So please welcome Bob Bowker.
Thank you very much, Zach. In fact, I'm having trouble memorising it myself. Thank you, Georgina. Thank you, Zach, very much for this opportunity to speak. And may I also acknowledge in the presence here today of David Kemp. 55 years ago, David actually introduced me to the whole vista of international relations in a series of extraordinary lectures on the origins of the First World War. And in David's delivery, he brought to life the interaction of power and politics and personalities, as well as the structures that were involved in that process. And as a raw country boy, undergraduate, it, as I say, opened up whole new vistas of understanding how the world actually operates. And after 37 years in DFAT and 25 as an academic, I still look back on that educational experience. I'm here today to talk about Menzies and Suez, not Menzies' finest moment by any imagination. But for those of you who are not old enough to remember the details, I'll just very briefly traverse what happened. The Aswan High Dam project had been the centrepiece of the incoming Egyptian regime's plans to modernise Egypt and the Egyptian economy and so on after 1952. It was the centrepiece for NASA. And in July 56, following the sudden and highly discourteous withdrawal of funding for that dam by the United States and by the British, NASA responded by nationalising the Suez Canal. And that, of course, generated great international concern, and Australia joined the UK in seeking to reverse the nationalisation by Egypt of the Suez Canal Company. And although subsequent negotiations under the auspices of the United Nations made pretty good progress toward resolving the dispute, Anglo-French forces invaded Egypt in early November of 1956, supposedly to protect the Suez Canal from fighting between Egypt and Israel. In fact, the attack had been launched initially by Israel in late October as part of a plan conceived by France and Israel and endorsed by the UK, seeking to achieve the overthrow of NASA through the humiliation of a major military defeat. It wasn't about the canal. Ultimately, it was about NASA and what NASA stood for in the 1950s, the post-colonial era that was facing the British and the French in North Africa. The outcome was a ceasefire imposed by Eisenhower on the UK and France. It was the humiliation of British Prime Minister Anthony Eden and the UK government, and it was the end of Eden's political career. It was an outcome that was inevitable as it was predictable. But as I say, although we weren't a party to the conflict, Australia was affected. We immediately joined the UK in seeking to reverse the nationalisation, and in early September 1956, following a conference in London of the principal canal-using countries, and at the request of the US and Britain, Menzies led a delegation to Cairo, seeking without success to persuade Nasser to relinquish control of the canal to an international body. And then when the conflict broke out in late October, at the direction of Menzies, who had the very enthusiastic backing of his cabinet, except for the Foreign Minister, Richard Casey, Australia gave complete support to the British in the United Nations context and elsewhere. We did so in very limited company, and we took it to such a point that Australia's diplomatic relations with Egypt were severed by the Egyptians on the 6th of November 1956, and they weren't restored until 1959. In effect, Australia became part of the UK's imperial twilight in the Middle East. Now, most historians focus, I think, unfairly on the Menzies visit to Cairo and the results that came from that. And they also focus, I think, somewhat excessively on Menzies' part in the ideological blinkering and the systemic weaknesses that underlay the formulation of policy where Britain was concerned. Suez was an interesting case because it did preoccupy the government. It took 7 cabinet submissions in 1956. Nothing that I came across in the archives even approached that level of cabinet consideration as a foreign policy issue in that year. But the point that Bill Hudson and Alan Martin and Mac Ball and others came to conclude about Menzies' performance was that it was a demonstration of blind loyalty to his British connections and his sense of British identity. There was a moment when Eden was under extreme pressure and Menzies wrote to him and tried to reassure him in Menzies' words that you must never doubt the British quality of this country. It was a stance that stood in marked contrast to the much broader vision that Menzies and his government displayed during the 1950s on many of the things that you've been talking about today, including ANZUS, the Colombo Plan, and so on. This determination to back the British at all costs was actually something which was not consistent with the overall pattern of the government's behaviour. On the Menzies mission, that loyalty was clearly not the reason why Menzies was unsuccessful. Simply put, Menzies presented on behalf of the British and the United States and the other canal users a case that failed on its merits against the background of Nasser's determination to rid his country and the Arab world of the vestiges of Western colonialism. But the depiction of the mission as a total failure, I think, is simplistic. It deserves greater nuance than it gets. Menzies went to Cairo seeking to restore international control of the canal because that was deemed to be in Australia's interest, fair enough. It was standing up for Britain's place in the region and the world. Well, that's a little less, little more contestable. But mostly because he was willing, indeed he was keen, to carry the ball on behalf of Eden and for Foster Dulles, whose actions had actually precipitated the crisis, but who was a bit too canny to be involved in trying to sort it out in Cairo. From the British and French perspectives, NASA's refusal of Menzies' propositions was an outcome that they actually desired. It was part of clearing the deck for the military campaign they'd always had in mind to fulfil their undeclared ambition of removing NASA. From Dulles' perspective, the mission, like a fiasco that came in its wake about what the users were going to call themselves and do, the mission revealed clear differences in the perceptions between the US and the UK about how to deal with NASA, but it also gave Dulles time, he hoped, for tempers to cool in London and elsewhere. And in that very limited sense, at least, I think Dulles could say he was at least partially or somewhat successful. And ultimately, Menzies never really had anyone to negotiate with. NASA wasn't going to negotiate about what he had just done. His country's ambition, his credibility were attached to what he had done. And before Menzies arrived in Cairo, NASA had already told the Americans that although it might take the Menzies Committee 2 days to present their suggestions, he would give them about an hour to make his case. And if they wanted to talk about tolls and finance and so on, that's fine. But he firmly rejected the substance of what Menzies was putting to him. And NASA's detailed written response to the letter from Menzies, which laid out in detail his delegation's proposals, was both entirely dismissive of the proposals, but it was also devoid of any suggestion that NASA was open to negotiation about those proposals. It also didn't really matter very much, I think, to either Menzies or NASA that the mission was unsuccessful. The discussions weren't particularly acrimonious. There was one marvellous moment, not reported to Canberra, but recorded in the minutes of the committee's own internal meetings and by the Egyptian side among themselves that I've seen. There was this moment when tempers were raised between Menzies and NASA. NASA threatened somewhat theatrically to walk out. When Menzies told NASA rather clumsily that there wouldn't be a problem unless the Egyptians refused to accept what he was proposing, in which case that would be the beginning of trouble, and only if there were no agreement could your people be imposed upon. Probably the worst choice of language you could come up with under those circumstances. And although NASA and his colleagues were offended by Menzies' imperious style, the vilification of Menzies in the Egyptian media didn't actually come until some time later, at which point he was roundly described as an imperialist mule and a few other things as well, all about standard fare for that sort of environment. But what I really want to talk about today mostly is the Menzies interaction with Eisenhower, because if there is one area upon which Menzies, I think, can justly be criticised, it is, in fact, his inclination to ignore US advice and clearly to exceed his brief. For example, he warned NASA informally that NASA could not exclude the possibility of conflict. Menzies had no authority to say that. He certainly hadn't been asked by the conference to do so, nor indeed by the British or the French. From the outset of the crisis, Dulles had told Menzies that Dolly's concerns at the prospects of Britain and France taking quick and firm military action to bring Nasser to heel. Dulles had made it absolutely clear there should be no ultimatum to Egypt arising from the meeting or indeed from Menzies' visit. And although there is no record in the Australian archives of Menzies meeting with Eisenhower on the 3rd of August 1956, shortly before the London Conference, it is highly likely that Eisenhower would have reiterated to Menzies his absolute opposition to the use of force. Nasser, for his part, had already told the Americans he expected the Western powers to attempt to use military force against him. It wasn't news to Nasser when Menzies took him aside and gave him this warning. In fact, the only thing that Nasser was surprised about was that that the British chose to be associated with the Israelis in what they did. Nasser responded to his intelligence official who told him that an Israeli attack with British and French support was imminent. Nasser said, "What? Can't be, my son. The British have a sense of principle." No one could be so obtuse as to be trying to attack us via the Israelis. After the Cairo visit, Menzies seized upon supposed comments by Eisenhower to rationalise his inability to win his case with Nasser. He told his cabinet colleagues it would have been better to leave Nasser guessing about the possible use of force, although, as I said, he had no authority to even mention that. And Menzies even complained directly to Eisenhower on the 13th of September 1956 about Eisenhower's alleged comments without providing any evidence or any details of those comments. There was a wonderful cable reporting this conversation in which Eisenhower is quite clearly taken aback by what Menzies is saying. He replied to Menzies that he couldn't recall saying anything while Menzies was in Cairo, but if he had, he was sorry. From my checking of the press, the only reported comment by Eisenhower, in fact, was a very brief reaffirmation of something he had said well before Menzies had arrived in Cairo, just reiterating in half a sentence that the US remained opposed to the use of force. And a careful reading of the record of the Cairo meetings and the associated records of the Menzies Committee in Cairo, and Menzies' own correspondence with Eden while he was in Cairo through the British Embassy, neither of which make any reference to remarks by Eisenhower while Menzies was in Cairo, and then Nasser's immediate informal dismissal of Menzies' presentation, even though he took a couple of days to come up with a formal response, and the timing of Menzies' criticism of Eisenhower, which actually began only after Menzies had returned to London and met with Eden. That's when Menzies suddenly started talking about his sense of betrayal at what Eisenhower had supposedly said. It all strongly suggests that Menzies' complaints about Eisenhower were mostly, if not entirely, an exercise in the political management in Australia, and possibly with a view to his memoirs, of the negative result. There's no doubt that Menzies wanted the USA and the UK to act in unison regarding the Suez, but unlike Pearson of Canada, there is no archival evidence that Menzies sought to bridge the differences between Washington and London beyond rhetorical appeals. His main concern throughout the crisis and its immediate aftermath was to persuade Eisenhower on the correctness of Eden's approach. And like the remainder of his cabinet, with the exception of Casey and sometimes McBride, the Defence Minister, each of whom had a much more sophisticated view of what was involved, Menzies was utterly determined that NASA needed to be put in his place, that Britain was not to become another Portugal, and he was absolutely scathing about the concern of Eisenhower to seek to resolve the crisis through the United Nations. Menzies was certainly aware of the disagreement between London and Washington over how to respond to the nationalisation. He was actually in possession of correspondence between Eden and Eisenhower, highlighting Eisenhower's rejection of Eden's arguments for the use of force. And Menzies withheld that documentation from his cabinet colleagues. He was surely aware that there was personal rancour between Eden and Dulles. It was common knowledge. And while Menzies sought afterwards to play it down, there was friction in Cairo between Menzies and the US delegate, Loy Henderson, who Menzies discovered to his consternation was actually instructed by the State Department to explore the possibilities of there being a negotiation with NASA. But it really wouldn't have made much difference if Menzies had shared with his cabinet colleagues the full extent of his knowledge of the differences between Eden and Eisenhower over Suez, or more precisely over the question of whether military force ought to be used. Throughout the crisis, the intellectual quality of the debate in cabinet discussion within the Menzies cabinet regarding Suez was abysmal, absolutely abysmal. And when the conflict broke out, Cabinet's determination to support the UK was based entirely on political grounds. It was unencumbered by strategic analysis, willingness to question UK motives, consideration of possible consequences for US-Australia relations, or even any assessment of Eden's prospects for success. The risk to Australia's relations with the United States of giving such a strong support to Eden was barely mentioned in cabinet discussion or in briefings. There was this general feeling in cabinet of condescension towards the United States, including references to the need to tone up the US approach to align with that of the UK. An analysis of regional political realities was entirely absent. Casey counselled restraint, but Casey didn't have the political skills for his unsolicited advice to go anywhere. Arthur Tang, probably one of the most sober public servants of the era, tried to counsel restraint to Menzies, and Menzies similarly ignored him. In fact, Tang was excluded from the discussions with NASA. He was allowed to go to Cairo, but Menzies kept him in the anteroom with the other officials. And the consequence of all of this was that there were limited inputs from foreign affairs that sought to shape the general direction that the government was taking. It was, as in the case of the British, officials found themselves having to struggle to get ministerial attention, while ministers sought to decide for themselves the course that they wanted to take. So in practice, Australia wound up directing its diplomatic energy towards goals that were either beyond reach, such as restoration of international control of the canal, or the question of freedom of navigation through the canal, the disruption of which was perhaps a disconcerting possibility, as one cabinet submission put it. But it was far from being an actual or an unmanageable threat. Meanwhile, the British spoke to mythologies shared with Menzies about British identity and nobility of purpose and so on, that were largely immune from Casey's concerns and arguments. And Menzies, the Anglophile Australian nationalist, desperately wanted Eden to throw him the ball. And Eden repaid that by waving him off to Cairo to deal with NASA. And Menzies continued to give him the strongest possible political support in Parliament and UN Security Council voting and so on, even as the British position deteriorated. And Menzies maintained his contact with Eden through the British High Commission in Canberra. The Foreign Affairs, External Affairs officers who were involved in this tended to be brought into the picture after Menzies had been in touch with Eden. There's no evidence of inputs by External Affairs to his correspondence with Eden. It was very much Menzies and presumably Bunting and Alan Brown and a few others, but a very tight-knit group around Menzies who controlled that whole discussion. While I've got 5 minutes, I'll just mention, because I think people may like to know, especially the former diplomats among us, that I had the opportunity, by studying this material, to discover one of the most remarkable but almost unknown moments in Australian diplomacy. Some 11 days after Eisenhower had imposed his will on the British and broken Eden's career as Prime Minister, Menzies took it upon himself, his own initiative, but with Eden's enthusiastic support, to write to Eisenhower castigating him for the US stance, opposing the use of force against NASA and so on. The idea of interjecting unsolicited advice into the spat between Eden and Eisenhower should, as Banjo Patterson would have said, made even the boldest hold their breath. But Menzies waved the proverbial stockwhip and in he went. He told Eisenhower, who had just experienced the British casting a veto on his Security Council resolution and had launched their attack in the middle of the Russian invasion of Hungary, for heaven's sake. Timing, no problem. Menzies wrote to Eisenhower and said the US handling of the issue in the United Nations had failed to understand the British position. It had been inopportune. It had left the British and French not only rebuked but humiliated to the benefit of the Russians and NASA. And he warned Eisenhower that unless the UN peacekeeping force being assembled as part of the Anglo-French withdrawal was cohesive and powerful and effective enough to prevent NASA enjoying the spoils of his victory, then quick consideration may conceivably be given to resuming military operations. 11 days after the ceasefire had been imposed by the Americans. So it fell to Casey, who was in New York, to deliver this message to Eisenhower. Unfortunately for Casey, Eisenhower didn't want to see him. So that gave Casey and Jim Plimsoll, who was travelling with him, a few days to try to work out what to do with this particular missive. And Plimsoll, although it's again not in the DFAT archives, but in Plimsoll's own diary, I found that Plimsoll shared this message from Menzies to Eisenhower with his British counterparts. And the upshot was that Plimsoll and Casey came up with what they described as a summary of its main points, which they handed over together with a Menzies letter to Herbert Hoover, who was the acting Secretary of State. And surprisingly enough, the summary, which Casey wisely did not send back to Canberra before he handed it over, excluded the condescending language employed by Menzies and the inflammatory reference to resuming the fighting, in favour of some gracious comments about US strength and prestige, and the importance of the United States and Britain resolving their differences. So Eisenhower provided a cool, but decidedly cool, but courteous response to Menzies a week later, and the whole thing just sank without trace. I don't think there's any doubt that the finest Australian diplomacy during the Suez crisis was the part played by Casey and Plimsoll between Menzies and Eisenhower.
Bob, could you just elaborate on remind us how US imposed a ceasefire, as you said? Did they pass a UN resolution or something?
No, the Americans did several things. Firstly, they began a run on sterling, and that panicked Macmillan, who was the Secretary of the Exchequer, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Macmillan shifted from being one of the most vocal supporters of the attack against Nasser. He went completely to water. And there are some suggestions that, in fact, Macmillan had planned all along to let Eden go down the garden path and then chop him off at the knees to take the prime ministership for himself. That was one element. The second element was that Nasser did the obvious thing. He blocked the Suez Canal as soon as the fighting began, which then prevented the British getting their oil supplies through the canal, and of course the tap line across to the oil on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula was blocked as well. That wouldn't have been a problem if the Americans had been prepared to back up the oil supplies from their own stocks into Britain, but Eisenhower wasn't going to have a bar of that. And they threatened to do damage to the Brits in the IMF as well. So altogether, the Brits had never thought through how the Americans would react, and they should have, and none of this even occurred to our guys, that any of this would follow.
Given as I understand it, that the Israelis and Eden were kind of in cahoots about this whole thing, did Menzies know about that, or how would he have felt? I don't know much about the role of the Israelis in this, but I understand that Eden was in close contact with Israel.
That's right. The plan to attack Egypt was developed initially by a French delegation that came to see Eden at Chequers, and then a week later the British, French and Israelis met at Sèvres, just outside Paris. And so what you had is called the Sèvres Plan. There's no evidence that Menzies was briefed on the Sèvres Plan, nor is there evidence that he was aware of the details of when an attack would take place. He does seem to have been taken by surprise when it happened, and there's no logical reason why Eden, who could have been absolutely sure of Menzies' support, would have risked the operational security of the whole program by giving Menzies that sort of detail. Everyone knew that a task force was being assembled. The Egyptians were following it from their people in Malta and elsewhere. They were plugged into the Iraqis through the intelligence network in Nuri Said, the Prime Minister's office. They knew in general terms what was going on, but Menzies wasn't in any of those loops at all. When the crisis broke, the initial reaction in external affairs was to tell the mission in New York that, okay, it looks like the Israelis have attacked, just check they're not going to attack Jordan, and vote in favour of a ceasefire. Within a matter of hours, Menzies had countermanded that instruction and said, and instructed New York that they were not to take any position until the facts of the situation were known. And almost certainly in that period, Menzies picked up from Eden a misleading account of what the British were up to. Eden actually told Menzies that they had been forced to intervene because of this outbreak of fighting between Israel and Egypt, whereas in fact he was being entirely duplicitous about that. It was according to a military plan that Eden had approved. Perfidious Albion. Yes.
We're running a little over the next slide.
Well, did someone else want? No, are we to understand, Bob, that if the funding of the US, British funding of the Aswan Dam hadn't been withdrawn, the crisis wouldn't have arisen?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes, it was the trigger. The crisis was actually the nationalisation of the canal. If NASA had not nationalised the canal, then clearly events would have taken a very different course. But it was both the sudden cancellation of the aid and the way in which the Americans did it by publicly saying they didn't think the Egyptians could afford it, which deeply offended the Egyptians. And dignity matters so incredibly much in that context, and especially to a newly established revolutionary leader. To be publicly humiliated in that way, you are bound to get a reaction.
Thanks, Bob. I'm just struck by the contrast with the crisis a couple of years earlier in April '54, when Australia had to decide what to do about Vietnam, Dien Bien Phu, the Geneva Conference and all that. And they were quite concerned about trying to get the right balance, because the Brits were going one way, were pulling out, and the Americans most definitely were not. And the Cabinet actually had long discussions, hedged their bets quite carefully, and said, it's very difficult to come to a decision. We've got an election on, and by the time the election was over, Australia had actually backed Britain, but got away with it without angering the Americans too much. Yes. And then there was the creation of CETO, etc. Yes. I wonder if there was a little bit of sort of hubris arising from this, thinking that we can manage this, or maybe on the part of Menzies at least, certainly not Casey, to think that we've got to stiffen the Brits and can get away with offending the Americans.
I would like to think that they took the likely American reaction into account, but there's no evidence that they did. It just did not come up in cabinet discussions. And in addition to that, as you say, an element of hubris on the part of the Menzies, so far as the Americans, slight condescension towards the Americans, and definitely a sense of antipathy based on two World War experiences in Egypt, Egypt being the land of sin, syphilis, as one author put it. This sort of notion of somewhat racial superiority almost certainly affected the wider cabinet. There's no evidence that Menzies was sort of affected by that type of thinking. Is far smarter than that. But around the cabinet table, definitely, there was that element to be seen in how people were reacting. And Arthur Tang was frustrated by it as much as anyone else was. Yeah.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
If that was an episode of hubris, the next is an episode of probably brutal realism that has lingering effects today. I commuted from Geelong and I pass every morning a giant grain silo that is painted Free West Papua. So it's an issue that's still around, even if it doesn't get debated all that much. And to talk about it is Sean Jacobs, who's a Port Moresby-born Australian writer, government relations and policy specialist. Thank you.
Terrific. Well, thank you, Zach. I'll just check this is working. Perfect. Thank you very much, Zach, for this opportunity, and Georgina as well, and everyone for being here this afternoon. So I know I'm the last presentation of the day, and everyone's probably running out of steam, so I promise not to trespass on my time, and we're running long as well. So my name's Sean Jacobs, and I'm here to just present on Menzies, and the West New Guinea dispute. I just have to say, just first off the bat, as a quick caveat, I'm not a West New Guinea or Irian Jaya expert or Indonesian expert. A lot of my experience and background is on the eastern side of the Papuan border in Papua New Guinea, where I was born, where I've worked on and off over the years, and where I've featured in quite a lot of commentary, I guess, over the last sort of 10 years, writing for various publications. And I do know Menzies' story quite well. I cite him a lot, or his leadership lessons, in my first book, and as Georgina and George are aware, in my second book on Neville Bonner, I talk a lot about the overlap in the philosophies between Robert Menzies and Neville Bonner, which is quite unique. So I think that this was really quite interesting to put together when looking at this issue, or blending my background and examining this issue over the past 12 months. I think Menzies, if you look back on this from, I guess, where we are today, and you just take a fleeting look at the actual West New Guinea dispute, you could even see Menzies' weakness in the face of a lumbering Indonesia. That's what you might say if you look at the issue and skim the surface on it. But what it actually reveals to me, which I think was fascinating, was the cadence of an independent, measured and balanced foreign policy. And I'll loop back to this as well. And I didn't want to start with too much history or context, but I thought it would just be useful to put up a slide on the background in terms of historical bearings. So what I guess is important to note from this is the issue kind of broke into three phases. It was supposed to actually take only a year to resolve, because it couldn't get resolved in 1949 between the Dutch and the Indonesians. And again, I'll touch on this. So it took longer than 12 months, which was anticipated in the 1949 agreement, and didn't get resolved until 1962. And actually, if you look at the plebiscite when West New Guinea was formally absorbed into Indonesia, that didn't actually occur until 1969. But the important point is that the West New Guinea dispute almost overlaps perfectly with the theme of the conference and the Menzies liberal ascendancy. Now, just taking a step back, and my starting point for context here is Condoleezza Rice, which might seem a bit sort of strange, but she just gave a knockout quote in 2008 when asked if, with 9/11, with Iraq and Afghanistan, if she had had it tough being US Secretary of State. And she said, well, look, imagine being a policy planner in the US State Department at the end of World War II. You've got communist parties taking almost half the vote in France and Italy. Germany is Berlin's cut down the middle in Germany by the Soviet Union and Stalin. The Soviets, of course, explode a nuclear weapon 5 years ahead of schedule. And close to our neck of the woods, China's communists seize power by defeating the Nationalist Army. The Korean War breaks out in 1950. That would eventually kill 37,000 US troops and 339 UN troops, I should say. And also the beginnings of the Vietnam War emerged for the Indochina War, which would, of course, go on to claim 523 Australian lives. And we've touched on this a bit today, but there was probably three things that I think were on Menzies' mind at this time. I think clearly Indonesia's communist vulnerabilities. Alan Dulles, as Bob just mentioned before, was then NSA to Eisenhower, and he touched on this. Richard Casey as well was flagging this, and the concern of communist members being part of the Indonesian cabinet. I guess when it came to Indonesia's political and economic instability, Sukarno, there were internal tensions growing at the time between him, various religious figures, the PKI, and at least since from the 1950s, regional rebellions were actually taking place against Sukarno among top military officials. And then, of course, there's territory as well. So we often think, with West New Guinea and geographical proximity to Australia, but you have to keep in mind as well that then Papua New Guinea was then Australian territory, being pre-1975. So I've just included that short quote from Geoffrey Blaney. Just briefly, so in terms of the actual issue at hand, and I didn't want to get into a full-blown account of what the competing historical claims were between the Dutch and the Indonesians, but when we talk about the Dutch East Indies, we generally know or refer to a period between the 16th century and 1945. And of course, the Dutch didn't have complete control of Indonesia, and of course Indonesia didn't exist as we know it today, which I think is just an important historical, or just context rather, to keep in mind. So I guess the big takeaway here, and we were just talking about this on the table before, is the Indonesian War of Independence from 45 to 49 claimed 100,000 lives, and it was incredibly brutal, but it's kind of a blind spot in history. So again, I didn't want to spend too much time on that point, but just to come to Menzies' position on this. And these points are taken from a 1961 piece by Henry Olbinski, but I think it just perfectly sums up Menzies' position on this. And I guess like the Dutch, he claimed there was a very limited historical title. Indonesia didn't exist, like I mentioned, and in terms of a direct territorial claim, that was quite hazy. The ethnic differences in West New Guinea, I think that's quite obvious. Just if you look at the fault lines there and the people, just their distinctive look compared to the rest of Indonesia. There was no strong indigenous or local desire in West New Guinea to be part of Indonesia as well. And then also I think the Dutch resources that could actually be deployed to assist West New Guinea with self-determination was actually important to remember as well. And I think that Menzies would have probably been most motivated by that point if you look at his philosophy, especially around self-development and creating an arena for individuals to do well. So just in terms of a broader foreign policy outlook, I touched on, I go back in the paper to not directly to Menzies, but to actually Spender, his first Prime Minister during this period, and a 9 March 1950 parliamentary address. And it really was quite impressive. If you go back and read this, it's almost like a white paper of its day. And there's a remarkable consistency. So you could read this today and change the typeset, and there's a lot of consistency around articulation of Australia's physical place in the world, working cooperatively within the region, the importance of shoring up alliances and reeling in traditional allies such as Britain and the United States, but particularly more involved in Southeast Asian affairs. And our goal, Spender said, and I think it's a very Menzian line, was the preservation of peace and our way of life when it came to our foreign policy. And of course, Spender also appeared optimistic, at least outwardly, about Indonesia. He noted its refreshed independence in its new government, trying to mould, and I'll quote, a new nation out of Indonesia's 70 million people when he spoke of Sukarno in particular. And there's also just one element that I think that's really important that I think is very much a Menzian point, and especially when it came to communism, and this is articulated in Spender's speech, and especially in China. And he said it's not for us to question the kind of government the Chinese people live under. And I think that that's, again, a very Menzian point for individuals to choose their own destiny, that it wasn't in Australia's interest to try and curtail that. Very quickly, I think it's really important to touch on what the US position was at the time here. Dean Acheson, who was Secretary of State from 49 to 53, was encouraged by figures like the great Cold War architect George Kennan, who's on the top left there, and I'll quote that the US should not let nature take its course. The US should let nature take its course in Asia. And Acheson and Kennan, reason that unless China would make, or the United States would make China their enemy first. So I think the US, therefore, was firmly in the game of persuasion in Asia. And I think further south it set itself apart to not antagonise Indonesia about it falling into communist hands. And I think it shared that British desire for compromise. And I've got John Howard in here because he writes in the Menzies era, and I'll quote, "The United States had remained neutral on the issue of West New Guinea, this is, partly because if all other things were equal, Washington always liked to be seen as siding with those who had thrown off colonialism." So I guess the real pinch point, though, on this issue came, or the turning point, in 1961 when the US and the Brits got wind that Sukarno was about to invade West New Guinea. Now, you recall that up until this time, a lot of soul searching had taken place around the intervening years, from 50 to 54, the Indonesian-Dutch bilaterals, 54 to 58, Indonesia prosecuting its case at the UN General Assembly, and then 60 to 62, an element of confrontation between Indonesia and the Netherlands as well. But I think Menzies was really alive to Sukarno's threat. I think he knew that Sukarno was simply calling the Americans' bluff. And as the quote shows, that Menzies was disappointed because he knew that this move would ultimately reduce the opportunities for a negotiated settlement if Sukarno did indeed turn to violence. I guess this probably just highlights, and I'll let everyone absorb that the Brits and the Americans were wanting to persuade and woo the Indonesians. And I think the Dutch position just simply became under siege due to this extendance of the threat of communism, and again, not wanting Indonesia to fall into that space. So as Macmillan articulated to Menzies, this was a choice of evils. No one wanted communism. But the immediacy of the situation had clearly changed. So look, just summing up, and these are just the points I touched on before and that I mentioned at the start. Menzies stayed really steady and consistent. I think Paul mentioned this morning about being principled throughout the issue. And I think that really just made, or I guess what really brings that out is being steady and principled enabled Menzies to stay statesmanlike throughout this issue. So this was a 1959 visit when the West New Guinea issue was obviously at an apex. But Menzies travelled to Indonesia and he made the point that we've got 10 times as much in common as we have in difference. And just very quickly, I'll read an extract from the speech, and I quote, "I want you to know this about Australia. We are, I think, just about the most friendly people. We do not have hostile relations with anybody. That is not to say we do not have strong views on some subjects, and we are capable of expressing them. You cannot expect the rest of the world will agree with you on everything. We have 10 times as much in common than we have in difference." And 5,000 students actually applauded him in Jakarta, one even saying good speech as Menzies left his address, which I hope you'll provide to me as well. But look, just very briefly, a final footnote on the contemporary situation in West Papua. Zach mentioned this, or touched on this before. I think Menzies is really exclusively and unfairly seen by some as serving his prime ministerships exclusively with uncritical subservience to policymakers in Whitehall and Westminster. And Bob touched on the blind loyalty point before, as part of the 56 Suez crisis. But I think the West New Guinea dispute, where Menzies took an alternate stance to US and Britain, is just a minor pronounced footnote that's a bit of a blind spot to these assumptions. And I think there's a lot that West Papua activists can take from Menzies during the dispute, but I don't think that that'll be the case. Thanks very much.
Yep, David.
Thanks very much for the paper. I recall that in 1959 the Joint Chiefs of Staff actually recommended that Australia's defence forces should be structured to act independently of their allies, and Cabinet said no on that. Does that feature, it's all related to West New Guinea, does that feature in your account?
Not immediately, David, but look, I think certainly, when you go back and read the historical accounts and these sort of things that were occurring, that was much more of a lively discussion then compared to now, of course, David. But I'm looking at absorbing that or picking that up and actually dropping it into the paper because it's a good point. But I think certainly what is interesting is just how the alliance, I touched on George Kennan, JFK's position, the changing strategic situation and the communist vulnerabilities as well. But just in terms of the actual, when it came to military action, what was taking place at the time, we were talking about this before, but it wasn't a Cold War, there was certainly little hot wars breaking out everywhere, and there was definitely a discussion that was alive at the time, and I could see it absolutely being entertained, even though it got knocked back. But you can understand with the context, though. Yeah, cheers.
Just Peter. Yeah.
Thank you, Sean. The crunch really came just after the period we're dealing with, so I don't want to leave out of this. But there was a real crunch between Menzies and his Foreign Minister, Garfield Barwick, who took a very different line. And it seems to me that if we had what some people are pressing for, and I think is probably unrealistic, a totally free vote on going to war, you'd have had the unlikely combination of the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition in 61, 62 from memory, Arthur Corwell, saying we should give the Indonesians a darn good bit, and the ex-Foreign Minister, Garfield Barwick, and the rising star of the Deputy Leader of the Opposition and Foreign Policy Spokesman, Gough Whitlam, saying, no, we've got to handle it much more carefully. And even after all of Whitlam-Barwick rows in later years, Whitlam still said Barwick was the only one who was right on Indonesia and West New Guinea. But I wonder if you'd comment on the roles of various of Menzies ministers before Barwick, or Spender, Casey and Barwick during this period, leading to the Barwick period in 62.
Yeah, it's a fair point and a good pick-up as well. As you mentioned, obviously Barwick comes into the picture slightly after. So, I think with Spender, that is just an impressive articulation of the Menzies foreign policy at the time in the late 40s, in 1950 essentially, coming in after Chifley, I sensed that Casey, like I touched on in the presentation, was very concerned with communist vulnerabilities inside the Indonesian cabinet. And of course, Casey was the foreign minister for the majority of the West New Guinea dispute. Menzies himself took over as foreign minister for a brief period, I think, in 60 to 61. Yeah, that's right. So, I think just to probably, again, Casey dominated that time in the foreign, sitting in the foreign policy chair. And I do think that his probably pinnacle concern would have been communist vulnerabilities. But, I haven't paid too much attention to post-62 and the Barwick element, but it's a fair point. Yeah.
Just on that communism issue, how did the sort of politics internally with Indonesia play out as far as was there sort of it didn't matter what sort of faction you were in favour of taking over West New Guinea, or was it something that was more pertinent to sort of nationalists? Was there nationalistic elements within the Indonesian Communist Party? Whether those sorts
Yeah, it's a good pick-up, Zach. I think there's definitely a nationalist element. I think probably, when it came to the PKI and the communists, there probably wasn't, not that I can detect anyway, and I could be very wrong on this, but it was firmly, I guess, in the nationalist camp when it came to designs or claims on West New Guinea. And I guess, the communists probably weren't, or the PKI in particular, who were phased out as a political party, I think in the mid-60s, eventually. They probably didn't have the same kind of designs, but it's a good pick-up, Zach. There's so many different fault lines occurring within Indonesia at the time that, that was probably the key kind of tension. But I think, when it came to elements of even just contemporary times, coming into the 80s and 90s, essentially, and just, I guess, this issue meaning a sense of national pride and that territorial claim as well, that will never be walked back. I think that's baked in, regardless of what side of politics you're on in Indonesia, at least in contemporary times, Zach. Yeah.
Any more questions before we wrap up? Okay, well, that's the end of the formal conference proceedings for the day. Thank you so much, Sean. It's been a great day, and I can't wait to get back at it tomorrow. If you'll see in the conference program, we break for half an hour, and it's recommended if you want, you can go visit the museum. Even if you only attend, come here for the conferences, there would have been a museum changeover since you were last year, so there'll be new exhibits, new books from the Menzies collection on display. And then we meet back here at 5 for the official launch of the Menzies watershed with Dan Tan, and we're finally cracking out the alcohol. So thank you.